Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
Excuse me.
around.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
Excuse me.
see. Victory!
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
Excuse me.
Victory!
Yes, yeah.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
Excuse me.
Make it free.
Victory!
Yes, yeah.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Wildcard King series. This is your caster, Moman, and join with me today will be Dash. Same as yesterday, right? Same as yesterday. We have a lot of nice games lined up for you guys. But of course, Dash, how are you feeling?
Oh man, I'm feeling nice. I'm feeling great. We're here again together with Moman, and this is another day of a lot of games from our players. We're going to be seeing Fearless again. We're going to be seeing Paws Gaming for today. Fearless has been playing 6 days straight, so I hope they're still ready for these next games that we're going to have. I mean, they've been performing pretty well, but I'm excited for this first matchup that we'll have today.
Yeah, it seems like the more games that they play, the better they get. And for the first matchup as well, this is going to be a very interesting matchup because we're talking about it yesterday where the Cambodian region has not been able to show much of themselves. And now there's going to be a bit of infighting, right? Cambodia versus Cambodia. It's going to be Pro Esports versus See You Soon, both also powerhouses as well. Of course, if you're talking about See You Soon, maybe the previous roster, I would have felt that, yeah, maybe See You Soon could have taken this easily. But for this one, we're delving a bit into the unknown.
Yeah, it's also very hard because it's hard to gauge because Pro Esports have been playing the top 4 teams the whole time. That's why they haven't won a single game. But one caveat that I think is the reason why they might have an edge against See You Soon is because See You Soon lost against Paradise Esports. And that's not one of the top 4 teams. I think Paradise is at the top 6. That's why they might have a chance here to maybe throw things out in their favor. Right now, Paradise Esports into the top 5. See You Soon and Pro Esports are at the bottom, but at the top, we're still seeing Fearless Esports on a 5-0. And later on, they're gonna still have a game, so they have been playing their hearts out the whole week 1 and week 2.
Yeah, and for Fearless Esports and Paws Gaming, this is really about them trying to keep that top 2 slots. So, about this league standings, right? Top 6, they do make it to playoffs, but what top 1 and 2? There's an advantage there that nets you that upper bracket elimination playoffs. So, you don't have to go through those play-in stages. Number 3 and number 6, they will have to go through a play-in stage where they will be fighting each other. And if they lose, they don't make it to playoffs eventually. But of course, by default, number 7 and number 8 seeds will be relegated. They won't be playing in the playoff leagues. Yeah. So that's something that you want to avoid. But at the same time, if you're at the top, you're gunning for top 2.
Yeah, and also for the teams at the play-ins, they're also going to be fighting on who's going to be going to the playoffs, which is why it's still important for them to win their games, because with what we're going to be seeing here is that the first and second place are already in the playoffs. The play-ins team, 2 more are going to get eliminated there, so it's going to be important how these teams will grow once they go to the play-ins.
Yeah, and this is already the second week coming in to the regular season, right? So it is the middle of that season already. The next week will be the last week of the regular season. So by that time, the points will have been locked in. So you have to win your games with a lot of composure at this point. Now, with Pro Esports and See You Soon coming up next, about them, it's really about trying to survive, trying to stay in the league. And with that league standing 7 and 8, yeah, sure, we've been saying that they've not been performing well, but it's always against the top few regions.
Yeah, and also one of the really hard things about this is getting like 4 losses in a row is also going to be disheartening. So I hope Pro Esports still has that mental capacity to go in this day 5, that they're going to be fighting against one of their friends here that is also a Cambodian team. So this will be a bit of a challenge. At least they could edge out one or another on who's going to be going to the 6th or 7th place. But remember, there's 3 of them, and Team Max already has 1 win. So these 2 need to get that win for themselves. But looking at it, See You Soon has a lot more fans, and that's why they got 80% on the audience prediction here.
Yeah, 80% of you feel that See You Soon will actually take this home. And of course, this is a huge marker for both teams, getting 1 more win, right? Potentially 2 wins will put you at the number 6 position right now. But still, we have to wait for the eventual matchup of the other Cambodian team that we will see today as well, Team Max. But Team Max are going against a very strong juggernaut themselves. So Team Max will be going up against Paws Gaming, who currently hold the record for the fastest game in the entire spring season. 6 minutes and 50 seconds. Not even the second tyrant has spawned.
That is crazy. And the next game after that was like 7 minutes, right? And that is that is the scariest part about Paws Gaming, because that was ultra rare that they destroyed that way. But again, let's take a look at team members again for Pro Esports. Liang is going to be in the Clash lane, Flying Ace on the jungle, Lynx is going to be on the mid lane, Sakura on the farm lane, and Easy on the roaming side.
Yeah, and these guys, they have not been performing as too hot currently. And of course, yesterday we did see that see you soon, they weren't having a good time either. So it's really much about whether or not they can find their pacing here, whether or not they can really gel together as a team. And there's a lot of trial and error when it comes to these kind of competitions. When you're in the regular season, there's a lot of trial and error. And the boys from See You Soon, Peanut on the Clash lane, One Real Boy will be on the jungle lane, Takumi in the mid lane, Immune on the farm lane, Ferlin as the support.
Yeah, and all these guys from See You Soon really has a lot of fans, and we all know how much history this organization has, so they will really have a lot of fans in the region. So I do hope that they will be able to give those fans the win that they want. One thing that all the Cambodian teams need to do is to win against the other Cambodian teams in order for them to make sure that they're gonna get the 6th place. And that's really disheartening for the region as a whole. But you know what? Once you go to the 6th place, that's all pretty good for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's about making playoffs at this stage. And now for the head-to-head, we see Flying Ace going against Peanut. Both of them, KDA, not looking too hot, right? GPM-wise, it's still kind of okay. But you can tell from the way that they've been playing, they've been actually executing these team fights. It's more about joining in with their team. They don't care if they die. They are willing to take the fight. And at this stage, it's really about still having that fire to keep on going. And for Flying Ace and Peanut, yes, they might not have the greatest of games so far, but I feel that going up against each other right now, Cambodia versus Cambodia, now it's time to find your footing.
Yeah, I don't really just want to look at the KDAs, because it's just, at this point, it's unfair to look at their KDAs just because they lost most of their games. But again, the other parts of the stats here will be important for the team. So with what they have right now, it's looking like Flying Ace does have the advantage against See You Soon when it comes to the GPM, when it comes to the damage, the whole amount of damage that they have here. So there's a possibility that they might be able to edge it out right there. But again, okay, let's have some fun. Wow, that's very friendly for these guys.
Very wholesome coming out from Meech. Of course, he was from See You Soon before this as well. So One Real Boy says, we will not go easy on your crystal. I mean, that's still pretty tame compared to the banter that we've had the previous few days. So, I mean, both teams, they're very humble against each other. Of course, they've been playing with each other multiple times. I'm pretty sure for Meech as well, he trained some of these players coming out from See You Soon. They were in the same roster. And now he's moved on to Pro Esports.
Oh man, it's so good to see this banter, especially for they have this nice air upon them when they're bantering with their people from the same region. So this is really good to see. But again, I want to see who's going to be edging it out here in our games, because it's going to be a really tough match for both of our teams, because they need to win this. They need to get this to a 2-0 just to make sure they have more points as we move forward.
Yeah, 2-1 will be only netting you 1 point. So that at that point, it's not enough to really match up with what Team X has. Or, of course, there's a scenario where Paradise Esports gets pushed down all the way to the bottom as well. There might be a scenario where two of the Cambodian teams actually make it out. So Paradise Esports, they're not at a very clean spot either. So if you're a number 6, 7, 8, I mean, there's a chance that you can potentially move up or down depending on how they play the next few games.
Oh, yeah. And again, for these teams, especially for the 5th to 6th, or rather 8th place, it's going to be way harder moving forward here, because Ultra Rare already has a 3-1. So they're pretty much okay on that spot in the 4th place. So Paradise, Pro Esports, Paradise, or Team Max and See You Soon really need to step that up in order for them to get to the play-ins. So I'm really excited on what they're going to be bringing here. And we're seeing all of the players here. They are in their boot camp and they are playing. And I do hope to see some good performances from these two teams.
And of course, a lot of them, I feel that they're trying still, right, to vie for this international chance. The stakes at hand is still that KWC slot. There's only going to be one going eventually. So making it to playoffs is step one of the way. Then afterwards, you got to win the entire playoffs, right? And in the playoffs, definitely the top four, something that will scare people a lot. It's going to be one of those Impunity, Paws Gaming, and Fearless Esports. So everybody's looking at them right now. But if they can pull out something and they make it to playoffs, sometimes when in regular season teams don't perform, in playoffs, magic just happens and they just pull off miracles.
Yeah, there's a lot of it. There's a lot of those. Case in point was Major West with a Twisted Minds getting the first place on their side. I mean, they are the second placer, but turning it against OG in the last parts was actually insane. But again, here, this time, that could also be possible because we have like 3 teams fighting for that top spot, which is why it's going to be a really tough battle. But again, Pro Esports, see you soon. This is going to be tough for them, and I want to see performance.
Yeah, now bans going through. Dolia being banned. Very good combo hero coming out. Zhang Fei as well. See you soon. They don't really want to get disrupted by that Embroidered Outburst. Leaping Savior, very good for the sustainability as well, right? So now you see good roaming supports being taken out. Now, something that you might want to take out as well is the Luna, who has been doing so well, and it has been so hot in the league. But Pro Esports, they opt for that Dharma options because they do have the first pick, right? They can pick up the Luna for Flying Ace if they wish to do so.
Yeah, but so far with what we've seen here from their performance, especially against Ultra Rare, if they first pick Luna here, it will be really hard because I know See You Soon picks up the Liang sometimes if ever a very aggressive jungler comes out on the other team. So that could be shooting themselves in the foot, but My Shiranui is actually a good first pick just so they will have that, as you said, S tier hero on their side.
Yeah, My Shiranui provides a lot of poking and prodding opportunities. There's a good setup as well with the Kachosian. Now, See You Soon, they have that early pick available as well. But the My Shiranui actually handles the early pretty well, right? In terms of poking and prodding, you have very low cooldowns. So even with the Maple Dance, you still have a shot at trying to get at the early in the back line. Now, for Pro Esports, it's now about fighting that Ogren. The early threat, really, it's not something that you can deal with.
Yeah.
Maybe you can pick up a channel to match the rotations. But now picking up a Lung, I really like this. They're going for this kind of individual styles and picking up the Luna as well, right? The backline access, really important for Pro Esports.
You know what? This is really rough for me because they picked up the Luna, they picked up the Lung on their side, but the Diadea was open for See You Soon. So that gave them like a classic combo with the RD Diadea, both of them just moving towards the backline if ever they can. I like that they have a lot of engages for the side of Pro Esports, but you know what? There's a lot of easy counters that See You Soon could pick up on their next rotation, which is why I'm still kind of scared about this very aggressive drafting that they did with Pro.
I mean, at this point, right, you picked up the idea, so definitely something that for Pro Esports, they need to look at banning out the Lady Zhen for themselves, because this might mean a potential lockdown. And of course, for See You Soon, that Lady Zhen would be very good together with the Ogren as well. So now for See You Soon, they have a backline issue where it's consistently going to get died. But Pro Esports actually go with the gun and mow. So they don't want that damage factor. So if they're going into that line of thought, the new WAP would be a good pick for See You Soon as well.
Yeah, but I do think Yisheng could be way better here. Just so they have this combo with that Ogren. I mean, it's not going to be a good matchup in the mid lane because you're fighting against a My Shiranui, but overall, yeah, as I'm saying, it's a good pickup because you could really just box in most of these members and fight in the area that you want to. But with this ban, they don't really have a lot of choices. If they want to be a bit aggressive, I think a Nuwa, as you said, could be the last pick here for See You Soon.
Yeah, Pro Esports right now, they're still lacking that roamer, that support, and also their Clash laner as well, right? Going up against a Byron, not actually very easy to deal with, but you do have the Luna. So if the Luna's rotations are good, you can actually 2v1 the Byron when he goes for these macro plays, because provided that Diadea, right, you're going to be playing with the early.
Liang could be a potential pick. Amatsu could also go to Pro Esports' side. I mean, it's not going to be a good idea to go for Amatsu in this composition alone because they don't really have any follow-ups on the Cannon Blast. But what are they going to be picking up? Dolia is open, but it's not good for their composition. They really prefer the Lianpo and the Zhengfei for easy. And without those two, they don't really have a lot of options to go for. That's why... Oh no, is this a good idea? The Yuhu one was there. They could have picked that up for themselves though.
I mean, they are looking for the lockdown. They're looking to fight as much as possible. So I really respect that Guikutsu pick. Going for the Dolia, I mean, that Dolia was banned by them, so they could not have done that. A lot of good ban options were already exercised coming out. And this Yuhuan, right? This is a different Yuhuan coming out from CU soon. It's not going to be a support Yuhuan. It's going to be a mid lane Yuhuan. And that's going to be very scary, especially having the iframes versus the Mai Shiranui. I really like this pick. That mid lane Yuhuan is actually very scary.
Oh man, especially against the Mai Shiranui. If the Mai Shiranui doesn't have a target to latch onto, that is where it's going to be scary. You have a Diadea, you have an Arlie. If you won't be able to get to the backline because these guys move pretty fast, it might be a problem for that Mai Shiranui pick. So it's really smart that CU Soon just went in with this draft. I like their draft a lot. I just hope that Easy would be able to set up with the Animist a lot in this game. But again, everybody, this is game 1, Pro Esports versus CU Soon. Who is gonna get their first dub?
Yeah, both teams really hinging on that bottom of the barrel, 7 and 8 slots. So one win is very important to both teams to try and claw their way into the playoffs. Now, for this, Pro Esports, they've adopted a play of not having a frontliner. So they really need to support this Luna as much as possible for these invades coming out from One Real Boy and of course Ferlin as well, right? On the Diadea, on that Argon, you're gonna see consistent invades, so that's what Easy needs to feel out. On the Guikutsu, threaten them with the level 1 and 2 advantage.
Yeah, and one thing that I'm pretty scared about the Guikutsu pick that they have here is that what are they gonna be doing in the early game? They need to get a good Animist right now. Like what they're doing, they got the knockback with the Animist and gets 2! That is a double kill for the side of Pro Esports.
Yeah, and as I said, like Pro Esports, they have that level 1 and 2 advantage, and they have that mobility. So with the ability to poke and prod, there's always an option for Easy to either commit or not to commit. And we saw the committal coming out. That's what happened when they commit. And there was only 3 members. When there's 5 members of Pro Esports, there's going to be way more mobility with the Lung, the Flaming Palms nuke coming out, and also the whatever's coming out from the end.
Yeah, again, another one. That knockback was able to get 2. Animus is going to be there, but the bitter farewell from Easy. Oh no, he's going to be dead. At least they answer back with 1.
Yeah, and that was a great answer coming out from CU Soon, rotating One Real Boy there, right? One Real Boy is the only true target that they can't really lock down. And what I really like coming out from the side of CU Soon is that they have rotated, right, Takumi towards that bottom lane to try and handle the aggression coming out from the Lung and putting Immune on this middle side of the lane together with Ferlin so that they can funnel and they can aggress.
Animus gonna be able to push him back. That's gonna be good, but at least they were able to take it. Conductor of Souls was able to regen some HP for One Real Boy. They're gonna be chasing down Liang. On the backline, they're gonna be pulling back with the Animus. Got 2 people. Right now, they got 1 dead and might be able to get more. Peanut King could be next. He is gonna be dead here. 1 more shot and that's it. Easy with the Animus. Might want to go for the chase down, but they still got lengths in the end there. One Real Boy is the last one. He's being chased down by Flying Ace. Waiting for the New Moon cooldown. Will it go in cooldown in just a bit? Never mind. It didn't. 2 for 1 still, but he got some regen, he got some HP, might be able to pull him out of the way, and that's a 2 for 2 in the end there.
Yeah, Flying Ace going for that overextension. I mean, I just didn't like the fact that he was trying to take those resources. But of course, for you guys, we do have that gift code on that bottom of that screen. So open up your HOK app, go to the bottom left, and then you will find the community button. Click on it, find that CD key option, key it in, you can get up to an epic skin. But back to the game, right? When we talk about Flying Ace, yes, he's dealing a lot of damage at this point, but he has no sustain. So when he's on that low level of HP, he always has to watch out from the Seer State coming out from One Real Boy. And that's something that I'm really scared about going into the middle stages of the game, because see you soon with Takumi, with Yuan, they do have a lot of sustain. They have the ability to fight extended periods.
Yeah, they can really fight really long here for the side of See You Soon, which is what I'm scared of the longer this game goes, because Pro Esports has a lot of bursts, yes. But once we go to the late game, the DPS is going to be lacking. Look at that. Got the Mournful Tempo stun onto Sakura, but they're not going to be continuing. But looking at where Pro Esports is going to go, they are not going to be reacting to this. There's an infinite vastness at the ready. Going to use it again. Go to the top side. And this is going to be it. Tower in the bot lane has been taken down pretty easily.
And this Tyrant will be free for See You Soon. They can't really do anything about One Real Boy at this point unless they really want to fight this.
Bitter farewell. They got the slow. They might be able to go to the back line. They're looking for the targets. They got one already, but at the back, whatever's coming in from Leon got one kill. Immune is going to be next with One Real Boy fighting his own fight. He got a double kill and a 2-for-1.
Yeah, at this point, right, going for Immune is a good target, but at this point, One Real Boy, he's dealing a lot of damage. That Seer State is going to affect you because you don't have any way to handle the sustained team fight of See You Soon, right? Pro Esports, they can't take a 5-on-5. They have to take the man advantage, make use of the mobility that they have, and really abuse this Guigutsu pick that they have done.
Yeah.
Now, they're trying it for it in the top lane.
Topside Pinot King going to be the target. He has the Animus, wasn't able to hit easy. Just going to be backing off just because of the amount of damage from See You Soon.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage coming out from See You Soon. And speaking of mobility, right? See You Soon, they can't actually match the mobility because they do have the Diadea, right? The ability to latch on, the ability to disrupt as well, and the sustain coming out. See You Soon really have these good front to back team fights where Pro Esports, they need to go for these kind of skirmishes, and it's very crucial for Lennox to land a great Kachosin or Liang to jump in at the perfect timing. Now he's in threat.
Mournful Tempo doesn't have the flash though, but Liang is still going to be alive there. And look at the movements here from the side of Pro Esports. You want to go to the top side and maybe take out some members here. I like the position from Easy.
Easy's positioning has been very vital to get this information, but if One Real Boy is able to collapse on them, there's still no answer for that Augur, right? Potentially, you have to get the rotations and burst him down together with Sakura, but Sakura's getting heavily pressured.
Gets the pull back on Takumi, but no threat just yet. They have the infinite fastness. Lens goes to the backside. He was able to get the knockup, but the follow-up coming in from their side. He got the pull back with a searing stab, and that flaming palm actually gets the kill. And One Real Boy actually not yet done. Still have a fight here. Might be able to get the knockup. They're chasing them down. No executes just yet. Easy is getting chased down by One Real Boy, but no, never mind. Onto the backline, they want one more. Leon goes and drop kicks everybody, and the steering stab pulls them back, and nobody is gonna die on the side of See You Soon, but never mind. One has been killed. They tried to go for more, and Legs is gonna get two, but One Real Boy is pretty much alive. One more person is alive on the side of Easy, and this is a 4-for-3.
All in all, I feel that it's a good trade for both sides, but Pro Esports, right? They are trying to ignore One Real Boy as much as possible, and I mean, they got it. They got 4 kills, but at what cost, right? You accelerate One Real Boy's farm, and now he becomes even more tanky after that. So in the later stages of the game, he's gonna become even much more of a bigger problem. Yes, there's a very nice jump coming in from Lennox, but if they did all 3 jumps at once towards One Real Boy, then their frontliner could have been completely collapsed on.
They got the very farewell onto Liang, but they're not going to be killing him just yet. Flying Ace is also here. Onto the top side, we have the Animus at the ready, but there was the savior here. Ferlin was able to push him back just a bit, but is it enough to actually survive here? No, not yet. That is a lot of damage coming through, but the fight is not yet done. Immune is dodging a lot of damage. He was able to get 2 kills out of that, but he's going to get killed in the end. It was still a 2-for-2, but now Lennox fighting a good fight here in the mid lane, but One Real Boy is just sticking to him. Nothing to stop him in going out of their towers, and that's 2 kills in front of One Real Boy. They got the knockup. The infinite fastness is going to be used, but they are not going to do anything against this guy.
Yeah, consistent map pressure coming through from See You Soon. That fight from Immune and Ferlin, yes, it might not have been in their favor, but the rest of the See You Soon squad, they were trying to manage the rest of the maps. They were putting on the pressure and the mid lane, and you can see that knowing that Lennox is not available to fight those, and the Liang and Flying Ace won't be available to come in to help Lennox, right? 1v1, it really favors the Aqua.
Might be able to get the items. Never mind. Oh man. Who are they gonna use to kill Ogren? Remember, they don't have any constant DPS here in their composition. They do have a lot of bursts, a lot of cleanup potential. But who's gonna deal the first shot? That's the problem with Pro Esports' composition.
Yeah, Pro Esports composition is actually a very greedy one.
Yeah.
If they do get the farm advantage, if they do get 6 items, each one of them are a very strong threat, right?
Yep.
So they are trying to go towards that late game where
man.
Mayin suddenly becomes that one-shot monster that we know him for, but it's still a very long way.
Yeah, Sakura getting chased down. Flash use doesn't have infinite fastness. Might be executed here in just a bit, but the Animus almost killed Sakura in the end there. Pulling back one real boy is not a good idea.
Has destroyed a tower.
Yeah, the macro plays coming out for Liang is a much needed breathing space, but he does have to recall out of here, and he will be able to get so. There's no mobility to catch him whatsoever. And for Pro Esports, they need to keep doing this. They need to do this at least like 5 more times, right? There are 5 outer turrets, so that's what they consistently need to do. Consistently defend their tier 3 while not losing too much at the same time.
Yeah, they have 5 seconds on the shadow variants that we have already positioned on the Tyrant here for the side of Pro Esports. They're ready to maybe contest this against one real boy. Might be possible for them to go for it, but right now Easy, very, very sneaky on this position. He might get the Animus on the back line, but right now they're gonna go. They got 2, they got it big, they got the knock up. There's rock pick on Furland onto the back line. They got the kill on 1. That's good. One real boy still in front. They're still trying to go for the kills, but Flying Ace was left out of the picture. One real boy is getting kited by a lot of people, but it's still a 2 for 2. Not a lot of damage now for the side of See You Soon, and this is good. 2 for 2 is good. Peanut King looking for the kill. Sakura still has the infinite fastness. That's why they will be able to go away.
Yeah, but this positioning has been secured by See You Soon. They will get the Tyrant for their troubles, right? Taking out Immune and Furlan, yes, it does stop that snowball coming through, but it doesn't stop them from getting the buff. And the fact of the matter is, one real boy, he was subject to almost everything coming out from Pro Esports, and he still survived through that. So Pro Esports, they need to know at this point, they don't have enough farm still. Look at that. One real boy, he was in the thick of things. Yes, he get caught by everything in the book here, and they yet weren't able to kill him off.
Yeah, it was fighting against 3 people, but right now on our live, we're already seeing a battle already happening, and they got the kill from the side of Wild Real Boy while that is happening. So Liang just got killed. They want to try and execute this Overlord, even if they have the Primal Bond. They don't even care because there's no way that the other team, Pro Esports, will be able to contest this.
Yeah, and looking at the sustain, right? Even with the Primal Bond, their HP bars are consistently kept to that 3/4 mark. And they're not even under threat from the Shadow Overlord with this Primal Bond. And for See You Soon, this is just a statement to see how good their sustain is. Yeah, Flying Ace, I mean, at this point, he's not going to be able to find much value, but it's more about that great team fight opportunities that they have with the Animus, with a knockup coming up from Kachosin. They need to find at least 3 members of See You Soon, and that's a hard ask.
And they really have to look at the items here of the Lennox on their side. Venomous Staff going for it just because they needed it. There's a lot of sustain on the other side, and one of the problems here with My Shiranui going Venomous Staff, lesser damage, but again, they're gonna try for it. Might be able to go for the fight. Destined Encounter is gonna be there. The Animus wasn't able to pull anybody, and that's why Easy is gonna die. Storm Strike on 2 in the back line. Almost getting the kill though, but never mind. They were still able to back off. Liang is trying his best to get something on the back, but he was executed. In the end, 3 people are down from the side of Pro Esports, and they want to go for the chase down. They want to go for the finish. There is a Shadow Overlord on the bot side of the map, so they might be able to go for it. But again, last wave gonna come in. Flying Ace, they got the pull back. That's in the encounter was there, but look at the new mood coming in from Flying Ace. He was able to fly away and fly in to get the kill, and they executed that Overlord, or rather the Vanguard, onto the top side, and they are just gonna try and push again.
Yeah, the defense here is really good coming out from Pro Esports. They're underestimating the damage coming out from Sakura.
Flying Ace.
And now Flying Ace.
Looking for some kills. Might be able to get onto the backline. The Furlan was able to get the bitter farewell. It's not going to be moving anytime soon. And he got executed by just 1 hit from one real boy.
Yeah, Flying Ace needs to know that he's not the main damage dealer at this point. He really is reliant on that setup by himself, but look at
Trying to go
this.
to the backline. Pitted King is going to be dying. Good punishment coming in from Pro Esports. Might be able to go for more. They got one more damage onto One Real Boy, but not enough. Look at that. They're trying to do their best to get damage on One Real Boy, but nothing is coming out in their favor.
But at this point, right, it's at a critical mass for Sakura where he's actually able to deal damage and become much more of a threat. So if they can actually find a good Naka, even at this point where Immune is not in the game, and that's going to be huge, right? And this is a 2v5 defense coming out from Pro Esports afterwards, where they were able to clear out the creep waves. So you can see that Sakura is really reaching that critical mass as that Long. And once you reach that 6 itemization slots, the Luna, you can just go in and die, and it's still very good for the rest of Pro Esports because they have the damage to back it up. Mayin, Mai Shiranui, and Long on paper, they're extremely bursty heroes with a lot of farm.
Yeah, they really need to start the fights as fast as they could. Get the backline, get Immune or Takumi, then execute them. They're going to be losing like half of their damage on the side of See You Soon if you take down Immune. So that's going to be the most important part here for the side of Pro Esports. That's their only chance, and that could be the last fight that we're looking for here. So they have one more chance here once the waves come in.
Yeah, and looking at the itemizations coming out from Sakura, he is one item away already, right? So for Sakura, it's definitely about staying alive, dealing the damage. If he's able to stay alive and consistently deal damage, it's going to be hard.
Last fight, Flying Ace got stunned, was not able to move forward. Look at the back line, though. They're trying to go for the Chase. Len X got in, but is going to be dying on the hands right here of See You Soon, and that was it. They tried their best, but their damage wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, the Infinite Vastness was being kept from the side of Pro Esports, something that I didn't really like, that you should just pop it. It's the last fight already. You do get enhanced form. You do get increased DPS for yourself as well. But for See You Soon, very well done, taking out the key targets, jumping on the correct timing. But yeah, a bit labored, but they take the first win of the series.
I think it's the first time I've seen players gymming the camera. They're looking at the camera and they're flexing. I like that. See you soon? Okay, I love the banters seeing from this guys, but again, it was a nice win from See You Soon. It might not be the smoothest one for them, but at least they got it in the end. One Real Boy got to critical mass as fast as he can. Look at his score. He is 12, 0, and 8, and nobody will be able to kill him. Because look at this, having a lot of burst heroes on your composition really works well until the mid game, but once you get to the late game, nobody is gonna deal damage against One Real Boy, and it was apparent the whole game. It was so hard for them to kill the only frontline that they have here for the side of See You Soon.
Yeah, and for Flying Ace, I just feel that, yeah, they did have the advantage at the start, right?
Yep.
With the Gui Gu Zi and the Mai Shi Nui and the Luna jumping in together, they had that double kill already in that middle lane. They punished the lane rotations, but that overstay just changed the entire momentum of the game, giving the kills to One Real Boy at that point, going for the trades for the rest of the team instead of taking out the tank. I felt that, well, in that middle stage of the game, if the damage was converted onto One Real Boy and he's not able to tank, it would have been a way much better momentum for Pro Esports than going for Immune, who is squishy by nature.
Yeah, one thing good that Pro Esports has been doing this whole game is that they are trying to take out all the other targets. Look at Immune. He has 7 deaths in this game. They knew what they had to do here for Pro Esports with their composition. They knew their win condition. Get the backline, get Immune. They're going to be losing damage, but once an Ogren really gets there, he's going to be dealing damage too. Even if he's building a lot of tanky items, he is one of those tanks that can still deal damage even in the late game.
Yeah, and what really turned the tides for See You Soon is also Takumi as well, with the sustain coming out from the Yuan. If there was a healing chart for over here, I think Takumi and Ferlin did a lot of work in the healing factor, in the sustainability factor, because One Real Boy, he was threatened a lot of times. Yes, there was a lot of damage coming out, but the countermeasures coming out from See You Soon, the Yuan on that mid lane, we see the debut in the WKS for today, and it's really proven its worth.
Yeah, and honestly, the goal was to not get bursted down for the side of See You Soon, and it was really hard there, but again, look at the graph here, everyone. It was just going to the the side of See You Soon. It might be slow, but at least they got there for the team. But again, one thing that's hard about what they did here for Pro Esports is they had to make sure that Lenx builds the Venomous Staff. The only problem that I have when you build Venomous Staff with Mai Shiranui, she doesn't really have the amount of AoEs that like an Isheng would have, a Shi would have. That's why it's so hard to put the Venomous Staff on everybody's heads. But again, MVP of that game is going to be One Real Boy on a 1208, 30% damage and damage taken. That is actually good. And a 26% total gold.
Yeah, I mean, ignoring an Ogren is not exactly what you want to do, especially if you don't have a sustained lineup. And they were consistently smacked down by the sheer state execute, right? They were all low HP. They just got brought up and down again. Conductor Soul's perfect timing from him. One Real Boy, he was involved in most of the momentum switching situations where he showed up on the mid lane and he changed the tide of battle. Afterwards, he found the overstaying Luna flying ace in the jungle, and he changed the momentum once again. And in the team fight, they lost 4 members, but One Real Boy being alive proved to be the changing factor for everything.
Oh yeah, just look at the highlights here. It was nice. The first start that we've had from Easy, that's a only problem that I have with Aguigutsu. As the longer the game goes, the harder it is to hit the animus, because you won't really have the brushes to hide on so that you will be able to go for the setups, especially if you're the team that is losing. If you're the winning team, you can still do the setups, but if you're the losing team, you don't really have a lot of places to hide on.
Yeah, and these were the fights that Pro Esports actually had a handed advantage already. 1,000 gold advantage. They take out Immune in the back line. They nearly got the better of One Real Boy here. And consistently by going for the trades of the Tyrant. They wanted to contest the objectives when their mobility could have been used much better. Like, let's say you put this lineup in the hands of someone like Impunity or Fearless Esports. What would they do in that situation? If you think about it, they won't even go for these trades. They won't even go for these 50-50s where you know One Real Boy is probably going to win. Instead, look at the map pressure on the top lane. On the bottom lane, there's a turret that they could have taken. There's a turret on the mid lane that they could have taken while this Tyrant was being focused down by See You Soon.
Yeah, but I do think that if ever they change something up with their composition, I think a Chano could have worked better here for their composition, just because of the fact that they needed somebody to DPS so that everybody could go for those executes. They had the Mai, they had the Mayin, they have a lot of cleanup potential, but there's nobody to damage the backline, nobody to damage the front line, and considering that their amount of burst on their side is super committal, it's so hard to commit on the backline because you already had a lot of damage because the front line is not going to be broken, and that was the goal here against See You Soon. And it was a nice try. It was a nice try for Pro Esports. I love the idea of their composition. I think a bit more tuning could have made that work.
Yeah, I think it's really more on the execution, their mechanic factors as well. I think the picks are the picks, and picking a Chano there, well, you won't have that ability of the infinite vastness to really save you from those situations. And it did help to be useful in the high ground defense as well, right? What we saw at Pro Esports, we saw signs of life from them, but they won't be able to pick it again for the next series of the game. So that's something that, yeah, it's off the table. Luna's gone. Mai Shiranui is gone. So those are very good priority picks gone for the side of Pro Esports. See You Soon, of course, they responded very well with the Arlie and the Diadea. Given them the Arlie and the Diadea, yeah, Immune wasn't a problem for the rest of the game. It was really One Real Boy that was not addressed. And I feel that for Pro Esports, they need to start looking at the map a lot more differently than just fighting for objectives.
Yeah, especially for that drafting. I think they really need to think about how to answer tanky junglers. Honestly, that is one thing that they need to think about here. I love the idea here, but also I do think there's an apparent thing that they need to think about here for what roamers are they going to be using. Because with See You Soon, they recognize that they could ban out a lot of the roamers and they won't have any good answers. The Guigutsu was like the last card that they had gonna be using, because with See You Soon, they recognize that they could ban out a lot of the roamers. Was like the had to pull it out.
I feel that Guigutsu could have worked, Sunbin could have worked as well, and there's a lot of good roams still in the pool for the lineup.
I'd like the Sunbin more, if ever. I'd love that.
Yeah, really. But for Pro Esports, I mean, it is what it is. They drafted that draft already. So for the next game, I feel that, yeah, it's really about execution as well. Like Pro Esports, I felt that they could do a lot more during the game. And See You Soon, the way that they controlled that game was not as dominant as other teams would have choked you out. So there was a lot of opportunity for cross and macro plays that they were missing out. There were lane pressures that they were missing out as well. Liang, he responded very well for Pro Esports. And for See You Soon, yeah, they responded very well with just One Real Boy just going ham in the front line.
Oh, yeah, that is true. One Real Boy with that comp really just worked it well. So I hope in the next one for See You Soon, or rather for Pro Esports, they would address that problem the next time around. I mean, there's no Augment anymore for the next time around. But again, if another tank jungler comes out, maybe if a Dun comes out in this next game, they could find a way to address that by really thinking about what type of damage they will be needing.
Yeah, and really, I feel that Pro Esports, with this, they need to re-explore how they play against tank junglers, especially if they don't have any sustainability in the team fight as well, right? Going up against a tank jungler, sometimes you see other teams, they don't even take the team fight at all. They go for these burst poke lineups. And yeah, Pro Esports, they had the correct idea with the burst poke lineups. Yeah, you just poke and prod and feel. But the committal coming out with the last pick of the Gui Gu Zi, well, something was a bit off in the synergy there. And it just felt like, yeah, understanding wise, you got it.
Yeah.
But there's just a little bit of fine tuning, as you said.
Yeah, and one thing that they could do in this next game, if they're going to go to the red side, they could actually just pick up what hasn't been used on the other side, though. Because I do think See You Soon overall has a better macro just because of what they did during that whole game. But it's Pro Esports is not really lagging behind because Immune wasn't able to play that game. And they did that. Pro Esports did that. The reason why Immune wasn't able to play is because they knew, yes, he is our target. But the problem is there's another big one. And he's a big one. It's One Real Boy during that game.
Yeah, and it's about pushing and pulling of the map as well. I mean, they found the correct targets, but they weren't able to segment the targets away. I feel that was the mistake for Pro Esports. If they could have made them rotate a bit more, made them split up a bit more, because from the side of See You Soon, the execution side was extremely easy, right? As long as we have One Real Boy in front of everyone, we just don't lose. And that's just a proven formula for See You Soon.
Yeah.
But how do you go against that formula? Maybe you have to split them up. What do? You threaten their towers, you threaten their objectives, you threaten the buffs as like separate units because you have that mobility to do so. So Pro Esports, they need to explore options such as that. So that's a bit of a higher order of gameplay that they need to go into, which the top level teams are doing. And I feel that for them, there's still kind of a learning process to go.
Yeah, they really need to think about what's next here for Pro Esports. They're still going to be on the blue side, same side for See You Soon. They really just want to react to what Pro Esports is going to be bringing first. But one thing's good about the red side pick is that you can pick two, maybe a combo that Pro Esports is not going to expect. But See You Soon, I do think they have the advantage here. They might be able to go for the counters. Arlie is still available here for the side of Pro Esports, so they might be able to pick that up on this next one unless See You Soon bans it.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, Arlie in the pool, might surely taken out, but that means the Dharma will still be in the pool as well, right? Dharma, Yixing, of course, Arlie, and very strong pick for See You Soon is they can potentially go for Luna themselves. But of course, Pro Esports, they answered with a pay.
Answer here would be... Oh, Dolia has been banned. Dun could be a good answer here for See You Soon's side. Or they could even pick up the Jing or the Luna for One Real Boy if they want to really fight them toe-to-toe on assassin junglers. A Lam Lu Bang could also come out here. But what I like about the thinking here for See You Soon is that they're always trying to give nothing to Easy. Banning the Zheng Fei that he picked almost all of the games that they had is just really gonna cripple them.
See You Soon actually go for the more broader option, right? They go for the Direnjie, the Imperial formlessness, good with dealing against early game aggressions as well. For Pro Esports, however, they will have that Byron option available, so they can go for the pay Byron if they wish.
They can go for the Byron. They could go for the Arlie. And yeah, that's good. I think going for the Byron and the Arlie is very smart here. Just going for power picks on the side of Pro Esports. This is what I like about them. They really know what they're really good with, and especially the meta. I love their ban and picks. But see you soon. What are they gonna be answering this with? I mean, the Dharma has already been good, but the jungler, they can last pick the jungler here for their side. Oh, never mind.
Ooh, they go for the Musashi here. And now that's a very interesting pick, right? Musashi, in terms of counter jungle, he's very strong in these 1v1 scenarios. He has this very strong setup. So it does threaten the team fight very much. And something that Byron is weak to is lockdown, right? Because you need to consistently keep fighting to keep your HP bar up. So Musashi actually really threatened that. So it is a good counter for the Pei and the Byron as well. So I like See You Soon's process here.
I like the idea of the lockdown for See You Soon, but I don't know if they really thought about what is next once they come in here. I mean, they have the Dharma, which is a good combo together with the Imperial Order, but I really am like 50-50 every time I see a Musashi, because most of the time I see a Musashi, they just go in, they explode. Just because somebody, for example, a Pei, dashes back to their team. So they're the ones who's going to be exploding most of the time. So See You Soon needs to be careful about that.
I hope Pro Esports see this, right? Because they should be banning out the Yi-Sing. Yes, they should be banning out the Yi-Sing. Because the combo that usually was done with the Musashi is to segment the team fight away with the board, and then you go in with a duel to the death. So now, with that gone, now See You Soon, they can explore other options. They can go for the Princess Frost, but the Liang has been taken out. The Princess Frost is also a good setup viability tool for the Musashi as well, right? That Frigid Prison, really good at setting it up.
Maybe a good combo also if they're looking to stop them from going in. I mean, the Lady Sun could be an option here for See You Soon, but a Nuwa could be way better just for them to deny more mid lane options for Pro Esports, because Len X really loves picking up the Nuwa, so they really have no more choice except to pick the Lady Sun or the Princess Frost here.
Yeah, I mean, for Pro Esports, for the middle lane itself, something that they can actually look at is what See You Soon did, right? Play it in their own hands, go with the Yuhuan middle lane as well. There's a lot of survivability. Unending Sorrow provides a lot of iframes as well. They go for the Lian Po, but they go for the Lady Sun. This I don't really like versus the Nuwa, and especially that Musashi as well, right? Because you are very vulnerable, and it forces Lian Po to consistently be at your beck and call.
What I like about it, though, is that once you use the duel to the death to someone, the Destructive Deluge would be able to stop the Musashi, which is what I like with the idea that they're looking for here for Pro Esports. And there's a lot of engage on the side of See You Soon, and that is when I think Lady Jun would be able to shine. So if ever he engages carelessly, one Destructive Deluge could actually kill one real boy once he goes in.
Yeah, but there's a lot of opportunities to engage coming out from See You Soon, right? They have a lot of opportunities. Imperial Order, Truth Mantra, set up from the Matrix, or the Duel to the Death. So there's a lot of combinations that's coming up, and the Destructive Deluge isn't an answer for the Dharma coming into your face, right? And if you are the target, somehow I just feel that for Pro Esports, they will have to play a very defensive game despite having that pay.
Yeah, that's true. But I do think they're gonna try to do something here. One real boy could be in danger because Flying Ace is in the area. He sees 3 people here, so his position might be threatened. He has been seen on the Azure buff, so they might be able to go for the steal here, maybe get some of the camps. But look at this, the reaction coming in from See You Soon. Once they saw that from Flying Ace, he's level 1. Peanut King is already level 2, but they're not gonna try for it.
Yeah, and with the rotation coming in from Dharma, I mean, that's a really nice rotation, going for the counter aggressiveness, but of course, Musashi is still on that clear creep potential. And Musashi, the problem is, right, level 1, level 2, you're not really very strong. You got to get your level 4 first before you become much of a bigger threat on the map. But that power spike is very huge when you are level 4. Everybody has to fear that first engage coming out. But for you guys, of course, there's still a gift code on the screen. You guys know what? Open up your HOK apps, go to the bottom left, and you can find it yourself. Type in this code, you can get up to an epic skin.
Oh yeah, they can go for the skin, and most of the targets here for Pro Esports. Right now, they're gonna be waiting for the level 4 on both sides. As you said, One Real Boy already has his duel to the death, so it could actually go in and maybe try to fight a fight on any of the targets that they have here onto the mid lane. And the sprite got stolen, so that's good for Pro Esports.
Yeah, for See You Soon, it's really about getting the setups, and it feels like One Real Boy won't be the main setup, right? They're looking at an Impure Order setup or a Matrix setup, potentially a Truth Mantra as well. But something that they have to consistently watch out for is the Liam Poe, who has a Tremor Smashes with the Disrupt.
Peanut King is in good position here. If he tries to go in, never mind, he has shown himself. If he tried to cut off, easy there could have been a kill for them because most of them are on the bot side of the map. Oh, Imperial Order was able to hit though. They're going to be getting the Resplendence here for Takumi. Going to push back one person. That is going to be stopping him from going anywhere else. Easy can't even go anywhere. Sakura, a bit of a mistake with the Parasol, but was able to get away.
Yeah, now One Real Boy, he will be able to clean up, right? He does have the skills available, but the wrong target. Easy is not the target he's looking for at this point in the game. Leopold is still a bit too tanky, and now Flying Ace able to take away the jungle resources. That's very huge, but he needs to not get caught here.
Yeah, get some camps. That's very smart here for their side. They're just, whenever they see somebody around the map or whenever they see One Real Boy just trying to go for a gank, go to the other side of the camp and take some of their jungle so that he will be decelerated on that power spike.
Yeah, and something that we haven't talked about is the Secure and the Rinzi combo. These two are also a very strong, potent combo as well, right? With the minus in armor as well as the ability to sustain the Rinzi. I mean, Ferlin, he's not in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, that is true. And what I like about it though, this combo is very strong in the early game, especially for the first Tyrant. Both of them have really good damage. Right now, they're gonna try to maybe damage Flying Ace for a bit. Peanut King used the flash in the Truth Mantra on that fight, so they won't have it in this Tyrant battle.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I feel that Dharma shouldn't be joining, and Liang already matching his rotations. Pro Esports are playing the map a lot better. It seems like they're on the comfort heroes, especially Liang on this Byron here. I really like this, the teleportation circle to the bottom lane to get that map advantage after clearing the creeps. Now, I want Peanut King to actually push on the advantage, but he's actually
Tremor Smash has been used onto the backline. Duel to Death has been used also, and One Real Boy has been left alone, and that's the problem here. They don't have any ultimates on other members. They're going to be chasing down Flying Ace, but it's not going to be working out. Peanut King has one more formlessness, but the fight has been taken down already. They don't have anything else to do here for the side of See You Soon, and the 2 kills have already happened. Peanut King left alone, doesn't have any mana, and he's going to be killed here for sure. He's being chased down by the members. Flying Ace is already here to cut him off, and he might be dead. Never mind. They were still able to back off.
Yeah, and this is what See You Soon made the mistake of, right? The same mistake that Pro Esports did in Game 1, contesting these objectives when you don't have your abilities up. You guys are so ultimate dependent. You don't have the Truth Mantra. You have to duel to the death. You need all of them to actually win this
Tremor
team fight.
Smash gets the knockup. That is not yet enough though. They had the damage with the Maple Dance, but again, the knockups coming in from Furlan. The Mulberry power has been good. Look at the emergence. The perfectly timed one actually gets the kill here for the side of See You Soon. Oh!
Yeah, they need to watch out for the Annihilation, which will not be able to catch both of them. And now, with that, See You Soon, they get a bit of breathing space. But a problem that it's constantly on their mind will be Flying Ace, right? And I love Peanut King's rotation. He's consistently on it.
Yeah, might be dangerous
he
though.
Has to
Sakura gonna go for the fight against 3 people. He went back to the wrong Parasol, and that's why he got killed by Peanut King.
Destroyed a tower.
Yeah, I really love Peanut King's rotations right now. Not good in the start of the game. Yes, Truth Mantra used very early, but now on the correct target. Finding Sakura, finding Flying Ace. That should be Peanut King's entire goal in this game, right? You gotta get those 3 cores. Either Flying Ace, Lennox, or Sakura, your job is done. As long as you truth mantra them to a wall, you win the team fight on See You Soon.
This is rough for One Real Boy. Look at the 1-2 level gap that they have against the other jungler. I think Flying Ace is doing such a tremendous job. And this is what's the problem. Top side, Truth Mantra has been used, but Peanut King, it's not going to be dealing much damage. Emergence is going to be there, but the Storm Strike might be able to be enough to actually get back there.
Yeah, Furlan trying to rotate to help might be the subject of Flying Ace's hate here, but Flying Ace going for the buff itself. Now, One Real Boy, he's here to help and join the cause. Now, See You Soon, at this point, right now, they need to give and absorb space and go for the correct targets. Once again, Sakura might be the target here. Flying Ace also might be the target here. So these two are something that will open up the state of the game for See You Soon.
Yeah, they can start this. Emergence. Get some vision here on the brush on the top side, but not enough to know where most of the people here from Pro Esports are. Look at the clear from Flying Ace. He has been really good with this. That's why he's keeping the level gap on their advantage. Liang gonna try and chase down One Real Boy, but not really gonna do enough to actually deal damage.
Yeah, at this point, it's about trying to funnel the farm onto Immune as much as possible. He will be that mid-game factor that they need.
Ooh.
Now, Easy, he might be in no man's land here.
In position, but very tanky, so he's not going to be dying anytime soon. Never mind, Tremor Smash right now doesn't have a lot of healing. That's actually a kill coming in from the side. See You Soon. And that's a 1-for-1 still.
Easy for One Real Boy. I would say that actually is kind of good for the side of Pro Esports.
Yeah.
But for See You Soon, right? It seems like One Real Boy, he's not very much of a key priority. They just want to get the farm onto Immune at this point, and so sooner or later he's going to start becoming a problem. Because if you take a look at Pro Esports, their only frontliner is Easy. And Liang, he's technically not a frontliner,
Yep.
right? He's a beefy fighter
Yep.
and more of like sustained fighter. So See You Soon, if they start ramping up the damage and Easy can't tank, now See You Soon, they're gonna have a huge advantage in power time.
Yeah. Right now, Tyrant is getting taken. 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Liang isn't going to be on the top side, but this is 5 people taking this. And while that's happening, a tower in the top side could get taken down just to equalize the amount of towers here on their side. Never mind, it is a 2 versus 1 towers on the side of See You Soon.
Yeah, really, I mean, for See You Soon, they've been doing a great job of the macro. They've been keeping it up. Now, recovering to 24k,
Yeah.
this is where their lineup
Tries to
shines.
go back again. Furlan now already on low HP. One Real Boy still frontlining for the members here, but no kills just yet. Pro Esports, they're kind of looking for a scrappy fight, but they haven't really found the right target just yet. The knock-up, the Truth Mantra, maybe, just maybe Flying Ace could die there, but Peanut King was answered back here. That is 1 kill already. One Real Boy is going to be next, but they got a double kill already that they needed here for the side of See You Soon, or rather Pro Esports, and that's good enough.
All the members are low, but See You Soon, at that point, they could have gone for more kills, but didn't matter because See You Soon, that they just wanted that mid lane turret. Now, what happens to them here? They open up the rest of the map. Flying Ace, yes, you do get the Vanguard a bit of control, but at this point, See You Soon suddenly have a lot of map advantages.
He didn't get it. Oh no. It expired at the right time, but a fight already is happening. Furlan was able to just ride the wind, to just go away from the fight. There's 4 people here. This is not a fight that you should take. They got frozen, but almost gonna be dying. They have a lot of people low in HP on the side of Pro Esports, but they're gonna be backing up
Flying
safely.
Ace, he could be collapsing, and it might be a wrong idea to collapse right now. So 10 minutes, Shadow Variant, the Launchpad's mechanic. It is a very good trade. They will use the Launchpad to get into position. Now, Immune's position is very important. He is the key damage dealer for See You Soon at this point.
Oh no. Flying Ace already knows he's level 15. This is not a good fight that they should take. Going in with the Tremor Smash, the timing could be right. Onto the backline, they got the knockup. This is good. Might be able to get the takedown. Was able to reset the Tyrant. They're low in HP. Storm Strike going to be coming in, and that's going to be a kill coming in from Pro Esports. They're going to go for the chase down, but on the backline, they got some kills from Takumi, and it's still a 1-for-1. Flying Ace looking for maybe more, but One Real Boy is dead. They need to find a way to deny them to go for those neutral objectives.
Yeah, I mean, at that point now, it's really about the tower defense now. If they go for the shadow variant of the Tyrant, it's fine. See you soon. Right now, they're really poised to win because Flying Ace, he's been consistently kited and torn around. One real boy dying is not too big of an issue as long as they can keep getting a trade for See You Soon.
No, this is not good. They're going to be getting the Tyrant because they know that one real boy is not around. They would not need to... Never mind. What? They resetted the Tyrant. That's not good. That gives time for See You Soon to do the Overlord themselves. The Tyrant is going to be taken, yes, but the Overlord is also going to be down to the side of See You Soon.
Yeah, and this is huge coming in from See You Soon. Going for these trades, going for these map battles. Now,
okay.
he's
Oh
in a
no,
lot of
True
trouble.
Mantra, that is good. He's dead. He was up in the air. He was like out of the skybox here. That's why it was really scary.
Destroyed a tower.
Yeah, and then for See You Soon, really, their lineup is really going to start shining at this point. They will have a lot of artillery power now. Shadow Vanguard already at the bottom lane. They're going to mount the pressure.
Yep.
Get that tri-lane push
Tremor
going.
Smash, get the knock up. Nope, he's not going to be surviving that even with the shields here. Peanut King got a good truth matchup, but Soccer was still able to get out. They're clearing out the waves. The Overlord is on the bot side, so this is going to be bad. There's a lot of pushes happening. There's 2 people down. On the backside, they got the duel to the death. I think one real boy is going to be dead, but they got the tower that they needed anyway. They're going to go for the chase down. Flying Ace getting some damage. They're going to go for Peanut King, but he was able to dash away. The damage from Immune is going to be enough. The emergence was there to go for the bait, but they are not enough. It's still a 3-for-2. Takumi almost dies, but the Mulberry power actually gets the trade. It is still a 4-for-3 and an advantage for Pro Esports.
Yeah, but See You Soon, they do get the tier 3 and of course lane pressure not favoring them at all. So Pro Esports, I feel that even though they win the team fight, they have lost that war, right? They have lost the war of the macro, and Immune, well, he did a ton of damage. Sakura going down there was huge for the side of Pro Esports.
Yeah, look at that jump coming in from Flying Ace. Once he prowled in, it was like almost the whole HP of Takumi. That was really scary. He's that fed at this point in the game. So See You Soon needs to respect that. That's the reason why See You Soon has been keeping him at bay. Because once he gets to the backline, he can actually execute anybody there.
Yeah, but for See You Soon, I think they're willing to give the life of their team members if they can guarantee a kill, right? When Flying Ace jumps, there's always a guaranteed lockdown on it. That Imperial Order...
Ooh, got the knockback. A lot of damage. Might be dead, though. That is good. Right in front. One real boy is going to be dying. The Destructive Deluge was able to stop him. The Peanut King is already going to be tanking a bit of the damage. But right now, Pro Esports still got a 1-for-1. One real boy has been taking it like a champ. He has been dying all this game.
Yes, as long as they get a trade. See You Soon's plan here is just to get a trade with the ultimate. And they have other ultimates to keep Flying Ace at bay, right? We talked about the Truth Mantra. We talked about the Imperial Order. If Flying Ace jumps potentially onto Takumi or Immune, if he gets locked down, he's going to die. But if he gets a jump...
That's going to be bad. He saw him. The Truth Mantra is going to be there with the emergence. He's not going to be able to move around. Flying Ace was able to back away. Immune might be dead here. This is good. Sakura got some shots in, but no! Immune, the cards was able to follow through, and that's why Sakura died.
Yeah, I mean, See You Soon. This is all according to their plan right now. This Musashi pick was a giant feint. It's not the carry Musashi that you see. It's only for the trade to open up the team fight. It's a very good setup coming out.
Yep.
See You Soon.
Immune. Oh, what a truth match on 2 on the back line. They got the kill that they needed with a duel to the death to go for the knockup. And that is enough. Flying Ace is just trying his best to get something here. They already got all the kills. Flying Ace is the last one member standing. He needs to clear the wave. He has the Sage's Sanctuary. He was able to kill one, but he got knocked up. Sage's Sanctuary is going to get popped, but Immune is right on the crystal, and that's a win. See You Soon gets their first win.
Yeah, 2-0. Congratulations to See You Soon. Very well drafted. I mean, I knew what you guys were doing. That Pay Byron combo really got dismantled from the hands of Pro Esports. And See You Soon, very good job.
Really good work from See You Soon. Honestly, this whole game was all about how they made use of the space that one real boy was creating. He was just in front every time. They tried to go for the backline of each other, but See You Soon always just clumped together so that once somebody goes to the backline, they're gonna be dying. One real boy, big champ for the team. He took 6 deaths in the face, but it's okay. They won in the end though.
Yeah, this is really why I like the draft coming out from See You Soon. If you take a look at Pei, Byron, Arlie, yeah, they're all very mobile. They're all very good at setting up. And I didn't really like the Liam Poe coming out. I didn't really like the Lady Zun coming out as well. Because for See You Soon, the draft itself is meant to absorb as much as possible, right? Take those trades. As long as we keep taking trades, we'll eventually win. Because One Real Boy, you don't want to keep on giving farm. Peanut King, you don't want to keep on giving farm. Takumi, when you scale later and later, the Annihilation starts poking you down. And for pro esports, what they lack is sustain. Yes, they have very good team fight, but they don't have sustain to keep on fighting. Because they have Ferlin on Sakira on the other side.
Yeah, what's also hard about this for pro esports is that once somebody goes in front, there's nobody actually taking down the front line. If they went in for that normal front to back, Flying Ace and Sakura would just shred the front line every time. But they weren't able to do much of that because most of the fights that See You Soon started were very scrappy. It was all over the place. And pro esports, because of that, they reacted accordingly. They reacted like the Newton's third law of interaction. Once they do this, we do this. They did the same thing, which is not what you're supposed to do with the composition that pro esports built.
Yeah, I mean, for pro esports, I mean, they were trying to look for the back lines, but it was extremely well drafted by See You Soon. If you take a look at how they were really taking these team fights, One Real Boy going down, not very huge, right? Easy, yeah, he is the only tank that they have. The identification coming out was so good. Those fights were all in See You Soon's favor. But pro esports, they have the mobility, they have the macro. That's why the goal graph went up in their favor, but does not matter because for See You Soon, all they need is one good team fight and then it just resets. Yep. And they force it with the Musashi. That's just 4D chess right there. That's a higher level thinking that they have in the draft. And oh, I really like this.
Yeah, and See You Soon was just playing the macro the whole time while pro esports was looking for kills in the early parts of the game. That's why they have the advantage when it comes to the goal because they were looking for a lot of kills. See You Soon, while that's happening, they were looking for towers. Even if they trade like 2 people for a tower in the mid lane, they're good for it. They're okay for that because that gives them more space to work with once they find that team fight that they're looking for.
Yeah, and Immune really played that immaculately. I would say that all cards were in Immune's hands, right? You can see that at the start of the game, we were talking about the Musashi, whatever, but at the end of the entire war, it's always on to Immune. He was the main damage dealer. The power spike coming in at 7 minutes with the Imperial Order, with the combo coming in from Sakira as well, consistently able to deal damage. That was their plan all along because there was so much chaos caused by the duel to the death, caused by the emergence, caused by just Truth Mantra jumping in. And while all this is happening, Immune is able to just consistently dish out multiple AoE damages.
Oh yeah, that is true. And we've seen it in these fights though. The reason why pro esports have been winning most of these fights is because Flying Ace was on such a big advantage the whole game. He was like 2 levels ahead the whole time against One Real Boy. But you know what? It all comes down to the late game and it's not going to be mattering anymore. Any advantage that you get is not going to matter as long as you get to the late game. But again, Flying Ace was doing so well at going front to back here. But See You Soon, as you said, they try to go in the backline as much as they can, especially just disrupting this formation that pro esports was trying to do.
Yeah, I think for Pei and Byron, usually why we see Liang being picked for a Pei is because advantages, yeah, Pei is naturally gonna have the advantage. He needs that advantage because he has the mobility, but he's an extremely squishy hero, right?
Yep.
He's very squishy. He's very easily bursted down. And for See You Soon, they had the pseudo control that Liang provides with the Truth Mantra, with the duel to the death, with the Imperial Order. Those are all pseudo forms of control. And with easy down, Flying Ace, he does not feel safe to jump in the backline at all because he's just a sitting duck.
Yeah, he was always forced to use the Tremor Smash defensively. I think most of the fights just because he tries to move forward. Takumi is there. Takumi just pushes him back and already have HP, and that's the scary part about this Newell pick. Whenever he tries to go in, he's just gonna get bursted down. He can't even move forward because all the cubes that has been put out, the matrix right there, is enough to stop him from doing anything else. And the truth mantra here in the last one, Peanut King, what a hero in that last fight here.
I think See You Soon reach a little breakthrough for themselves today instead of understanding the meta, right? When people pick the Liang and Princess Frost against the Pei, it's really for that control, but having an extra layered control, the secure with the mulberry power, the Imperial Order, having the truth mantra as well, that's very much layered thinking. It's not just the Liang and Princess Frost. People are missing that out. People are not looking at the other picks. Now, they see the full picture. Now, See You Soon, I feel that they're going to take the next few games a lot easier after today because I felt that they reach a newer level of understanding the meta.
Yeah.
Now, for the next match, we're going to have one of the teams that understands the meta the most. Fearless Esports going up against our young guns, Ultra Rare Esports from Myanmar. And, well, I'm scared for Ultra Rare, man.
Yeah, they have been growing. I mean, that's what I like about Ultra Rare. They have been growing pretty well. They have been doing so well at understanding the meta. As a new team, as a young team, they have been really improving as the time goes on. But against Fearless Esports, would this form that they have actually be enough? Because these guys have been playing daily. These guys have been playing out of their minds, and it's scary to look at because Fearless Esports is just too strong today.
Yeah, yesterday I just had a talk with some of the guys from Myanmar, right? And they were just telling me that they're very scared of the Hong Kong teams, of the Chinese teams coming in to WKS as well, and they're a bit worried, right? And I said, well, you don't have to worry because for Fearless Esports and Paws Gaming, now that they come in, they're going to level up and elevate the scene quite a bit.
That's true. It's going to be good for the scene as a whole. But before that, everybody, we're just going to be taking a short break before we head into series number 2. See you guys in just a bit.
Nice. 2-0.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash. Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them. Beach sweepers, follow your orders. Let's go. You're not welcome at my beach. Go. The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
executed. Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash. Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them. Beach sweepers, follow your orders. Let's go. You're not welcome at my beach. Go. The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
executed.
Hello and welcome back to the Wildcard King series, Spring Season 2025. Join with me today is Dash. I'm your caster, Moman. And how are you feeling about the next series? It's going to be Fearless Esports going up against Ultra Rare.
It's going to be tough. This game is going to be tough for sure for Ultra Rare Esports. It's because Fearless has been good. They have been not just good, they have been great, they have been crazy, they have been the best for all of the teams here in the Wildcard King series, and it's looking like nobody is there to stop them, maybe except Paws Gaming for next week. But Ultra Rare, I hope they learn something from this. I mean, I'm not sure if they're gonna lose, but I hope they learn something from this.
Okay, just speaking from stats alone, they're most likely gonna lose, right? Because Paws Gaming, they lost to Fearless Esports.
Yeah.
And Ultra Rare, they lost to Paws Gaming. And it's not even a normal loss because they lost in 6 and 7 minutes. That's a combined total of 13-minute game time for Ultra Rare versus Paws Gaming. And that's a 13-minute game time. I mean, even if you play one game, you don't even get to see the Tempest Dragon yet.
Yep, and fighting against a stronger team is just really almost impossible at this point. But audience prediction, we're still on 40-60. Fearless Esports still has the advantage here because everybody, remember, these guys have been very strong. Ultra Rare Esports, they have found a lot of growth, a lot of improvement, but I do feel like this form that they have is not enough for Fearless Esports.
And it's about how fast Ultra Rare can improve as well, I feel. It's like, if, let's say, they understood everything that Paws Gaming was doing to them and somehow implemented the strategies against Fearless Esports, right? That's going to show you that they are a team to be reckoned with because they are showing that high level of learning, especially in that pro scene as well. And this is what you want to see from a new squad. If they can learn that fast and prove to be a contender versus Fearless Esports, this is going to only make them much scarier in the playoffs.
Oh yeah, and that's why Fearless Esports really has a lot to give here. But let's take a look at the team again. Ultra Rare Esports, the Young Guns, Y20, Kenny, Lifo, Flick, and Law. These guys have been improving so well, but they're facing against the giants of the Wildcard King series, the ones who haven't lost a single game yet.
Yeah, and these are my little Burmese boys, right? My little brothers from Myanmar, and I really like that they have a full Burmese squad, right? And these guys, I mean, their improvement has been totally insane. I'm so proud of them. And for the games they played the day before as well, they went up against I think it was Paradise Esports, right? It was Paradise Esports, and they had a very good time against them 2-1, but they're going up against the top dogs. Fearless Esports, well, these guys are the cream of the crop. Fable on the Clash lane, Sky the monster in the jungle, Yin the mid lane monster, KK the mechanic genius on that farm lane, and Woodwind on the roam, always having his team's backs. And this is what I'm really scared about. KK, this guy KK, he destroyed Up from impunity, and he's been one of the top farm laners in the entire league.
And you know what? Up is good. Up is crazy good. And KK winning against him is just on a different level here. And what I like about Fearless Esports is that their history in the league has been really rich, especially this guy. Woodwind has been really good here for the team. He has been the one who started the Liang meta that we had last year during 2024. And that's why this guy is an innovator. And I want to see a lot more of that in these games. And you can definitely see at the stats that the KDA, Law has been doing so good on the assist department.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, both of them really, in terms of KDA alone, if you look at assists, they are up there, right? And that's something that you look for as a support stat line. But both of them, they are the cream of the crop, yes. But Woodwind, I mean, his team synergy with his team is way better. Ultra Rare Esports, they have this guy, they have Law, and he's been doing such a great job. Look at his KPG, it's way higher. Kill participation, it's way higher than Woodwind. His damage is way higher as well. But Fearless Esports as a team, they just feel so well oiled.
Yeah, and you can always add to the fact that they played a lot more games here for the side of Ultra Rare Esports, because there are some games that they play full best of threes, especially the games against Paradise Esports and even against Team Max. So those are going to be hard. But Lifo, We're gonna sweep you for imp. Okay, for impunity. Okay, that's good. Fable. I love this. This match will be ultra easy for us. That is crazy, Fable. That is crazy.
Oh man, Fable has that talk, but I really like where Lethal is coming from. It shows a lot of community here in the Burmese scene, and I feel that for them, like, yeah, they are the little brothers of impunity, right? We talked about them. They scrimmed a lot with them. I hope that between these times they have been improving, and I hope that, yeah, they have come up with some sort of strategy to fight against Fearless.
Yeah, and one thing that I love about new teams, especially teams like Ultra Rare Esports, is that they have a lot more time to experiment. Yes, they're not as experienced as a Fearless Esports squad because these guys have been so much, have been through a lot. It's been even during the last year, they have been through a lot. But Ultra Rare Esports, look at them. They're cozy. They're chilling. They're sitting on a couch. They're sitting together. And you could definitely see that they have this big passion for the game. And they really want to improve as fast as they can.
Yeah, I mean, Ultra Rare Esports, the young guns, they're really young and they're really new to the league. And of course, fighting with the top dog right now, I think it's only going to make them stronger. But of course, Fearless Esports is about what they have, right? What are they going to show? Which side are they going to show today? We saw yesterday it was between KK and Sky, and there were games where Yin and Fable were, of course, the key players. And for Fearless Esports, they have that versatility of the draft. Now, Ultra Rare Esports, do they have that same level of versatility when it comes to surprising your opponents? What do you have something that's outside of the meta, something that you develop for yourself as a team?
Yeah, and we have seen a lot of different things here from Fearless Esports. Arlie, Maishiranui has always been a constant ban for them. But what do they respect? I want to see what they respect on the side of Ultra Rare Esports, because you could definitely see a lot of things from Kenny. Kenny has been playing a lot of assassins also, but Sky also is not a slacker. He's doing the same thing. He plays a lot of the assassins, but fighting against the Lung is not what they want to be here. Dharma is open. They can go for that first pick here for Ultra Rare.
Yeah, Ultra Rare, I mean, at this point, do they go for the Dharma? Dolia is still a very good pick as well. The Maishiranui is gone, but the Arlie is gone as well, right? So those are the two of the premium picks already out. And Ultra Rare, they do go for the Dharma first. Y20 has been performing extremely well on the Dharma. We saw him yesterday with those killer truth mantras. But Fearless Esports, well, they're a team that has been consistently playing against Dharmas, right? So they know how to handle that.
Yeah, Pei is open. Are they going to go Byron Pei? No, they even went for the Zheng Fei here for Fearless Esports. They're letting Kenny take that Pei, even though it's open. With the Zheng Fei together with the Byron, this is already a lot of crowd control for the Zheng Fei, just able to stop that start from Law, or rather from Y20 if ever he goes in. But Ultra Rare, they could definitely go for that Pei. Yeah, as I'm saying, they really need to go for that. Get as much as advantage as they can. But the Marco Polo, I don't like as a third pick, because this doesn't really give you a lot of flexibility on the draft.
Yeah, I mean, it really locks you into that Fever Barrage and really locks you into that minimum range that you think about, right? It's not really that much of a right-click hero. It's more of an ability-based hero that, it ties in with a lot of synergies, but I feel that this isn't one of them. Truth Mantra, Pei, there are a lot of disrupt available, but that Fever Barrage is not enough damage to make sure that you actually pull through in team fights. You're going to have a huge advantage if the Fever Barrage is killing anyone.
But the only reason why I think they always pick this is once they pick the Dharma, this is like a combo for them. I've seen them do this twice. Pick the Dharma, let's pick the Marco Polo next. This is what Ultra Rare Esports, I think this is just a flick thing. They just want flick to have the most convenient, or rather the most comfort hero pick that they will have here for the team on the first game, so that they won't be locked in to the other marksmen, because I know that KK, he can pick anything and it will work.
And something that I really haven't seen in WKS at all, it's the Lady Sun and Ming combo.
Oh yeah, not yet.
It's so Yeah, it's so prominent in the other regions, right? Where Lady Sun and Ming, they have a combined win rate of like 80%. It's a very potent combo. But a lot of the teams here have not showcased it yet. Instead, they're going for things like the Marco Polo, which I still respect as a marksman, but I mean, for ultra rare, they need that synergy. I feel that at this point, do they go for this maybe Liang Princess Frost? Because that will be a huge pick if you want to go for that team fight, right?
But it's gonna be hard though. If ever they went in for that Liang Princess Frost, it's a good idea. Unless there's an assassin. Never mind. Chano is a good pick here for Fearless Esports. I think KK has been loving the Chano pick on almost anything because getting that extra movement from that leader stance is already good enough for most fights. In late game, nobody could defeat you in the late game. Even an Arlie is gonna bow down to a late game Chano.
Yeah, and Fearless Esports, they have a lot of synergy together with Yixing, right? World is my board together with Byron. It's a known combo. Together with Zhang Fei, it's a known combo. Not having to pay here, it's not a big deal for them. Now, they have not shown their jungler, so they're trying to respond to what Ultra Rare Esports are going to do. They actually pick up the Hano, and this is very new coming in from Ultra Rare Esports together with Yuhuan. I've seen this before. Yes, your high ground defense is really good. You have that extreme late game potential. And with the Scepters of Fate, you can defend for days, right? And once you get hit, suddenly that team fight becomes very good. But one key disadvantage that Ultra Rare Esports have is they're relying a lot on the individual mobility.
I was looking for that. I was looking for the Jing.
Yeah, they're relying on the individual mobility a bit too much. So if they get bursted down by the Jing, it's all gonna go haywire.
Man, look at the combo. Look at the Jing, the Yixing, the Zhang Fei. Oh man, those three. This is not gonna be a good day for Ultra Rare Esports. Yes, they picked up the Hano. We picked up the Yuhuan. There's a lot of safety in this draft. But the problem here is with their draft is how are they gonna be starting the fights? Because there's not really any good crowd control that could start the fight for Dharma. Because Dharma almost always needs somebody to start the fight for him. Yes, we can make an argument that Mournful Tempo is there, but the Dharma is still gonna have a hard time because he's gonna be relying on himself.
Yeah, for Ultra Rare Esports, it's not going to be about a setup. I feel that they are not going to start any fights. It's more about defending. It's more about forcing the enemy into the position that you need to, right? If they force themselves on Lethal, they force themselves on Kenny, their mobility is high enough to drag them in even further, and then Dharma will get a good position. But for Fearless Esports, it's about that board. That board is going to be huge coming in.
Yeah, the only problem that I have with this though, I mean, I like the wave clear from Lethal, but most of the time, the only time that I'll be okay with a Hano pick is when they pick up my Shiranui on the other team. Because at least the Hano would be surviving that lane, and he's not gonna be dying. And my Shiranui wants to kill. But against an Yixing that also doesn't want to fight, you're actually just holding on, both of the mid laners.
Yeah, but this guarantees a trade in farm. And
yeah,
if you take a look at Ultra Rare Esports, right? They are a very greedy team where if they have that farm, if you have similar levels of farm between Ultra Rare and Fearless Esports, Ultra Rare somehow will win the team fight because they have a lot of poke damage.
Yeah, but bot lane, look at that. They might be able to start something here, but Sky, this is what they want to do. They want to give Sky as much freedom as possible in most of their lanes, and maybe even in the mid lane, just so he could get some levels above Kenny. But Kenny, this is what's hard about the Pei. Pei is really just good with the wave clear, and he's going to be way faster most of the time.
Yeah, and I feel that for Ultra Rare, this is going to be trying to get an earlier rotation than Fearless Esports, trying to not lose too much in terms of jungle resources, and then they can consistently keep a hand in the game.
Yeah, that's what they want to do here. They want to be as fast as they could. Fable on the top side might be in danger, but the ult already has been used by Sky. Gonna go for the chase down, and that's the first blood coming in from Fearless.
Yeah, they were trying to actually go on to Fable there, rotating Kenny over. But, of course, the rotations for Fearless Esports, they're just so clean at that point. 3 members already on that top lane. Now, what they have to do is really apply the pressure on that bottom lane, but they're unable to find an opening so far because of Zhang Fei.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard though, man, because with what they have here, they don't really have a setup also give an opening for Flick to go in, and he even went in with a purifier, so you're not gonna be able to do anything here. So it's gonna be tough here for Ultra Rare Esports, especially for the first Tyrant, or rather first objective that we're gonna be having, because there's nobody that could start up the fight. As you said, they're gonna be defensive, yes, but that's not good on the first objective.
Yeah, and recovery has not been found yet. There's not any macro advantages. Fearless Esports have been clean. They've been handling the creep waves before actually rotating throughout the lanes, and they've been doing such a great job of funneling farm into Sky that he's going to become a very huge threat to Kenny later on, because Kenny hasn't been present on the lanes.
Yeah, he was just trying to get some farm on the mid lane, like what you do when you're on the jungle. So you're gonna be seeing him doing so right here for their team. But Fearless Esports, I do think they are gonna be looking for some pushes first, an advantage on the bot side before they do anything in that 30-second mark. They're gonna go for the chase down. Fate Rewind has been forced already for Letho. It's gonna be on the 30-second cooldown, so they will still have it on the next objective.
Yeah, and that's going to be Ultra Rare Esports trying to hold on as much as possible. Right now, already 1,000 gold lead. It's going to start snowballing if Fearless Esports, they continue to play like this, right? Yin, we know that he's taking liberties, is extremely precise. His boards are extremely precise. So that's something that they need to watch out for, especially when they fight for these objectives.
Yeah, I love how low kill the game is, but the 2k gold lead is already there for Fearless Esports. Nothing is happening. Tyrant's going to be taken for free. And there was no answer for Ultra Rare. They were a bit fast for the side of Fearless, and they weren't able to react.
Rotations and setups, right? Fearless Esports, if you take a look at it, they have no wasted gold potential.
Yeah.
Taking the resources when it's needed, shoving the waves when it's needed. They know the lane advantages a lot better than most teams. And if you take a look at that right now on the top lane, right, there's no creeps, so there's going to be rotations coming out.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here for the fight, especially in the bot side. Look at this. You don't usually see a Chano winning the lane, and you see it here. KK winning the lane against a Marco Polo. I mean, Marco Polo also doesn't win most of the lanes, but Chano, usually you pick to survive the lane and get them in the late game, but he's winning the lane and it's looking good. Mirror Domain has been used. Y20 is going to be stunned away. Good thing he was not trapped in the board, but they're going for the chase down, and Sky was just going in and out with his zoomies, and he's just going to get it.
Yeah, and while all this is happening, Byron.
Oh, what a shot coming in from KK. He was able to get flicked, but good thing Allah was there to get the trade.
Yeah, I mean, while all this was happening, Byron was able to push down that top lane turret. And Y20, yes, I really like his rotations, but he's losing that macro advantage to a Byron. And when Byron gets online, oh my god,
might be
Mirror Domain.
Fate Rewind already used. At least now he was able to back away. Mournful Tempo was there, but Sky was able to dash away to safety.
Yeah, and look at this. I mean, Y20, he's not going to be able to stand up in the lane versus the Byron. Byron extremely healthy, has a lot of farm. But the rest of the members, they're collapsing.
Topside, Fable might be in danger. Has the flash, but no, never mind. Call an ambulance, but not for me. He's pretty much safe. And this is Fable just showing how strong he is right now.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely hard, especially versus the Byron, but Flick goes down in the bottom lane. Sky's rotation comes in clutch. He was falling extremely low, but doesn't matter. He gets the trade.
He's level 11, man. He's level 11, and Flick is level 8. He can't even hold a candle against him at this point. And that's why it's really hard, especially at this point in the game. It's looking like slowly the map is going in favor of Fearless.
Yeah, Sky on this Jing is completely a monster, right? The way that he uses the reflections is not just for space, it's always for that vision. It's always to deny those enemy resources. He consistently puts that threat against you, and that's why Sky's one of the best junglers.
Gonna go for the chase down. Kenny was able to just dash away. Letho has Fate Rewind, so he's gonna be safe here. At least the Fate Rewind has been such a godsend for Letho.
Yeah, very good, effective use of utility, but in a lot of trouble.
Oh, no, he's getting chased down. Good thing. He has a lot of ways to get out of this. Almost gonna have a flash in just a bit.
Yeah, and what we see from Fearless Esports is consistently funneling the farm towards Jing. He's on that bottom lane pressure right now, making sure that, yeah, Flick has to stay here. At the same time, they're pushing that middle lane. They want that middle lane advantage, and if Flick overstays...
Flick might be dead. He's not gonna survive that, though. He went in for the tower. Sky is just tanking those shots.
Yeah, and if that's exactly what I was alluding to, if Flick overstays, Sky is just gonna get an easy 1v1 against him. Now, Y20, he had to do this in the earlier state of the game where he had to match up the macro ability of Fable, but unable to do so because he had to be the one to open up a team fight.
Okay, might be going for it. Battle Outburst wasn't able to hit anyone on the back line, though. Y20 looking for a kill, but he was not able to catch it. But the catch has been got on him. That is not good. Fearless Esports, what a good answer.
The board to actually cut off the rotations. Now they apply the pressure on the Azure Golem Ultra Rare Esports. If they contest this, it's not going to be a contest because Byron at this point, he's too far gone, right? Fable, he can almost take a 1v2 with anyone on the map.
Yeah, might be looking for a chase down here though, Mo, man. It's like they want to go for the Tyrant, but the position already is there for Sky, and they don't have any space on the map to even check the vision there, and they just got it for free.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very hard battle for Ultra Rare Esports. It's gonna be the Scepters of Fate that needs to land onto Sky. But Sky, he's been playing his position immaculately, never going for Lethal, always making sure Y20 or Flick are the key targets.
Okay, I think this is good. At least Fable might be walking in danger. Goes to the backline and Battle Outburst was able to stun one. That's good. They're going in, going out within the mirror domain. Was able to get some damage onto Lepo. Doesn't have it anymore. Was able to flash in, but Sky from far away was able to just go in. Y20 looked for the truth matchup, but was not able to. The timing was just not there.
Scoreline 9-1, right? This is an amazing draft coming out from Fearless Esports using that board together with the Unbridled Outburst. We saw the Unbridled Outburst setting up this board here. They were locked in. Yes, eventually they did manage to get out, but the damage has been done. And
wow.
Jing coming in. Sky, he is just uncontrollable on the map right now.
They were not looking at the clone. He was just moving away, just feigning that he's not gonna be going in. But again, that bait was actually perfect. Sky is just crazy when he's picking up the Jing. Right now, URE is on a big disadvantage, but right now might be the timing that they're looking for. Fable got stunned, but no, they're not gonna continue.
Yeah, it's already a bit hard. 6,000 gold advantage coming in from the side of Fearless Esports.
That's tough.
And when you give them this kind of advantage, right, especially on a Jing, he is way more aggressive than a Pei could ever be.
Yeah, especially if the Pei doesn't get advantage in the early game. The game is most of the time lost because that's what you want to do with a Pei. You want to get the early game, you want to get as much invades as you can, and if you won't be able to do that with a gap on the levels, it's going to be bad. It's going to be really hard for you to turn this around.
Yeah, and denying that Pei away now, it just really falls into the trap of Ultra Rare Esports. I mean, on the Fearless Esports, because Ultra Rare Esports now they have a Pei that they can't really use to frontline in that team fight. Doesn't really have the farm to match up against the Jing. Now, Fearless Esports, they already set this up in the drafting, right? Going for that Byron and Zhang Fei into the Yi Xing. Yeah, we're not even gonna pick up the Pei, man. It's not even part of a plan.
That's tough though. He has Siege Breaker already. He has 10k gold and he could actually destroy anybody in the backline if he ever needs to. Right now he can one-shot anybody. On the side right there, look at this. Lifo won't even be able to get the Fate. Never mind, he was able to. He was able to get the Fate Rewind in Lifo. Now low in HP, but at the back line, Y20 was able to get the Truth Matcha. Got some damage right on KK, but it was not enough. It was still a 1-for-0 in favor of Fearless.
Yeah, the defense still needs to be reinforced. There will be Vanguards coming in from the side of Fearless Esports. Now, there needs to be wave management, and this Scepters of Fate is going to prove to be very useful in this high ground defense. Now, he does not have that Fate Rewind. Now, Fearless Esports, they might use the opportunity to jump in.
It's going to be really tough. Gonna be looking for the timing here to go in. Right now, Sky already with a mirror domain was able to stun in Kenny. Kenny might be dead. Godlike onto Sky. They're gonna go for the chase down. Fable in front, tanking up a lot of damage. But right now, Sky looking for an opportunity to go for the backline. I think right now with a Y2-0, Truth Matchup got 2. That's big. And the tower is still in front. And that is 1/3 tier tower down, but at the cost of 2 kills.
Has destroyed a tower.
Yeah, I mean, for Fearless Esports, they're gonna take that as a victory. 2 for 2 with 2 tier 3s. It's gonna be a very good victory for them. And if you take a look at that, right, that Fate Rewind was used perfectly. This is what they needed to do in the early game with Y20 able to smash 2 people against a wall with that truth mantra.
Yeah, that was a good Fate Rewind. At least bought themselves some time so that they can get the truth mantra in. And man, Fearless Esports, they have been pretty scary this game. Even though the game is not as fast as we expected, it's still 12 minutes, but they are really far away. 8K on that gold lead is really big for them.
Yeah, and we've seen the difference that Fearless Esports can actually put in and play that slow choke and play style, similar to what Impunity does, right? That's how they won Impunity in the first place, and currently they're still undefeated in the regular season. Now, Fearless Esports, they are in prime position to actually just choke the enemy jungle out.
Yeah.
The buffs are no longer theirs. Ultra Rare Esports will eventually get that net worth, but now they need to go for the tier 3.
Yeah, doing some housekeeping here for Fearless. They are just clearing out the waves so that all the waves are going to be going in sync. Right now, Fearless looking for some time to go in. Sky just moving forward, got into taking liberties, and it's actually big. Got the knockup at 2, half HP already on most of their members. Woodburn still has the ult. He was able to back away, but the Fate Rewind was able to get the tower back in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's gonna be one of the saving graces that Ultra Rare Esports were looking forward to make use of. Now, Fearless Esports, they find themselves in a bit of a predicament, right? Ultra Rare Esports, yes, they are a ticking time bomb. If you let them reach that 18 to 20 minute mark, they have all the farm that it takes, because Law, he's gonna be a very hard tool to deal with that Unending Sorrow and the sustain. The longer the team fight goes, it's not in favor for Fearless Esports.
Yeah, and the longer the game goes, I think Sky really just goes down in value, which is why they really need to fasten it up. As long as they get to the 15-minute mark, with the Tyrant also, they can find a way to finish this game.
Yeah, if we do get a Tempest series, I mean, Ultra Rare Esports, their lineup is really favored, but Law, he's getting chased down. Does have the Unending Sorrow.
Leader stance already here. Fable is able to get the slowdown with the force field suppression. They're gonna go for the backline right now. They already forced the Fate Rewind out of 1. Lipo doesn't have it again. This tower is gonna fall, and this is good for the side of Fearless Esports. They're looking for more, but right now into the middle of the battle, Yin goes in, gets 3, and this is big. They're just gonna be cleaning it up. What a big board that they were able to use, but the backline has been cleared. Yin has been down, and they are gonna go for the chase down. A lot of members from Fearless Esports already low in HP. Lipo has the tools to actually help them survive this for a bit longer. Right now, Fearless goes in, could finish the game, but this is a try for Lipo. It was a nice try from Ultra Rare, but Fearless still reigns supreme.
Yeah, Fearless Esports, they find the sweet spot, they find the timing, forcing out the Fate Rewind, knowing that they could potentially try and end this right here before the power spike gets too huge. And this is very good timing coming out from Fearless Esports, right? These are the mid-game decisions that make them the top seed in the game, because for Ultra Rare, their timing would have been up if they reached a bit later. That Halo, you can start to see that the Fate Rewind was starting to really poke down onto the Yin.
Yep, it was so hard though to finish any towers on the side of Fearless. I mean, they have KK, and they always need to have the leader stance to be able to take down the tower the second time around, because Lifo is just going to be reviving them. But with what we've seen there, as we've said a while ago, it's going to be hard. If your composition relies on being very, very defensive, you won't find a way to find kills against Fearless. And as what I said a while ago, Y2-0 needed somebody to set the fights up for him. That's the reason why he only had 2 times that he was able to get a good through in, and also was able to get the kills.
Yeah, I mean, for them, they wanted to absorb the pressure coming out from Fearless Esports, but there was just too much, right? The combo of the Unbridled Outburst into the board, into the Byron, and on top of that, there is a mirror domain as well. There is only so much absorption that you can do with the Fate Rewind because it's only one spell. And for them, they needed much more. The Yuhuan, yes, he could have been online way sooner, but for them, that if that Yuhuan just had a bit more farm, the things would have been a bit different. But that's the key timing of Fearless Esports. They never let you get those timings.
Yeah, and what I like about this is how they tackled the abandoned pick here for the side of Fearless Esports. Once they dropped in the channel and nobody on the side of Ultra Rare Esports recognized the Jing could get picked, especially when the Yixing was there in the Zhongfei, that was an instant Jing pick. And nobody there on the side of Ultra Rare thought about that and picked up the Liang. That was smart. That was smart from Fearless Esports. They baited them out, and Ultra Rare Esports answered accordingly. But look at the graph. It was just Fearless Esports all over. They were slowly going there. It was not a straight diagonal line, but they were slowly getting the advantage on the map. Look at the 11 tower takedowns.
Yeah, there was just nothing that they could do. I mean, I felt that for Ultra Rare Esports, right? They were already trapped in that first draft where, yeah, they thought that with the Byron, well, they go for the pay, but instead, they haven't researched the full possibilities of what a Byron can do. You don't exactly need to pay to be effective. That Yixing is also going to make you effective as well. That Zhang Fei is going to make you effective as well. And of course, the MVP of the game, the Jing, aka Sky, on that hero is going to make you effective.
This man is crazy. He was crazy the whole game. He was doing a lot of things all together and it's all working out. And I love the mastery of that Jing. He was just zooming in and zooming out of most fights and nobody was there to stop him. It's also because nobody tried to invade him in the early game. And that's why he was free reigning in that early to mid game.
Yeah, and this guy has shown to be the key factor that Fearless Esports wins a lot of the games, but that's the hallmark of a good team, right? When you see Sky, you think that, oh, he's a superstar jungler, that's why they're winning. But look at who's behind him, KK. Look at who's also behind them, Woodwind, and they have been consistently pulling through as the MVPs as well. There were times where Yin and Fable were also the MVPs of the team. But of course, Sky, he has the most MVPs in the regular season as of now. 5 regular season MVPs.
Oh man, this guy has been crazy. This is the 5th time that we're going to be seeing him. And KK even is able to get as much MVPs as him, tailing on that 3 MVPs on the regular season. And Fearless Esports, look at how they do this. This game, you know what? This game was slow. It was not as fast as I expected it from Fearless Esports, but they are not just... One good thing about them is that they are not really giving any chances for Ultra Rare Esports to do anything big during the game. And I like that. They are still respecting their enemies.
Yeah, their sense of creep timings and the sense of lane pushing was extremely well done as well. They were always managing the resources extremely well. If you see in the later stage of the game, there's the Fate Rewind that was used. Yes, it was a potential, turnaround coming out from Ultra Rare Esports because all they needed to do was to hold on. But not letting them hold on, forcing the Fate Rewind from that position. Now that they don't have it, they just find the opportunity to strike. Yin giving up his own HP bars there to take out Law, who will be a potential threat later on in the game because he has that sustainability. Fever Barrage also not finding any value. And that's why we don't really like that Marco Polo pick.
Yeah, especially for the 3rd pick. Most of the time, I like the Marco Polo pick if it was like the 4th or 5th pick because you actually know what your composition is going for. Because if you won't be able to find out what your composition is going for, and Marco Polo really thrives on engaged compositions, he's not gonna be working pretty well. Because if there's nobody in front to engage for him, it's gonna be really tough. And if you're waiting for a truth mantra before you use your Fever Barrage, it's also not good.
Yeah, that Fever Barrage, I know what it is for, but it's not gonna work for Sky, right? Because it's going to stop that potential jump coming through. Using a defensive Fever Barrage is a very good tool to try and defend, but it's not gonna work against someone who can zip in and out. And I think that they weren't prepared for that Jing pick that came out from the Sky, came out from Sky as well, right? Fearless Esports, I gotta say, at the draft already, they had them on the ropes.
Oh yeah, that is really true. And it was really hard. Look at these picks that we have already. I think Ultra Rare Esports, one good thing about this is that they only have 2 priority picks on their side, and they can pick a lot more things on the second game. But Fearless Esports does have a lot more very good picks. It's almost every one of them are already good picks, because if ever an Arlie and a Long always gets banned, Chano really goes in like in 3rd and 4th place.
Yeah, and of course, their combos have been shown, right? That Yixing combo is really very standard together with Zhangfei and Byron, because that board is just really good at segmenting the team fights as well. Something that you see maybe being used in replacement is the Ladies done with the Disruptive Deluge as well. But the board just does way more, because that Unbridled Outburst, that maximum range stun, it just helps you set up the board so well. Or you can use the board into the Unbridled Outburst as well. So there's another combination available. And meanwhile, I felt that there was not that synergy coming out from Ultra Rare Esports, but I like the response that they had, right? The Hano response I felt was very unique, very good. It really dragged them into a state where, yeah, we still don't know if Fearless Esports can win, because in that late game scenario, you know how much of a monster Hano becomes.
Yeah, and what's hard about a Hano whenever you're fighting against him is in the late game, his scepters are going to be scary. He's going to be clearing waves pretty fast, and that's what stalls games most of the time. And that's why against very aggressive teams, a Hano is actually a good pick. But in this one alone, oh man, they were able to stall some time, and it is actually good. So I hope Ultra Rare Esports still has something like that in the bag.
Yeah, and Fearless Esports, I mean, for the first ban, they take out the Byron. They don't want that flexibility. Byron is not just a pay helper, right? He's a lane bully. He does so well with a lot of other setups. And for that, they just banned that out. And I feel that for Fearless Esports, if they want, they should be able to ban out that early as well. I mean, they don't really need to play it, but they do have that first pick. Taking out the Dolia might be a good option as well, because it is a very strong flex pick at the start.
Oh yeah, that is true. Totally. This is gonna be good. Byron to the Zhangfei, recognizing that they don't want to pick to fight against them, is actually good, rather than just banning the classic Mai Shiranui and Arlie. Because if you think about it, they can pick them. They can pick the Mai, they can pick the Arlie themselves, and they're gonna be okay. Yin on a Mai Shiranui is actually gonna be good, and Fearless Esports has used it a lot of times, because this is how they ban whenever they're on the blue side.
Yeah, Ultra Rare Esports, I mean, they are taking out the options available for Sky, but we know that he can be versatile. He's not just good on these assassins. Now, with that Arlie pick, they are showing a different side of themselves, right? This is going to be KK's show, and now they need a frontliner that can potentially pick up the Ogren if they want to do so. Ultra Rare Esports, if they want to do so, they can go with a double dragon combo, pick up the Ogren and the Loom for themselves, try just to deny that away.
Ooh, goes in for the Mai Shiranui. I think this is okay. Dharma is also open for Fearless. Fable on a Dharma? Man, I'm scared. If ever this comes out on Fable, this is going to be tough. Because with the Arlie, having the Dharma also on your side, you do have a lot of DPS already. Somebody to set up the team fights. And if ever Woodwind is feeling it and wants to go for that Leon Poe, could be something that they're looking for. But yeah, Arlie Diadea, a classic, something that you would... They don't even go for the Dharma, okay.
Yeah, they go for the Sansa, and I mean, it really sets up the pace for the macro way better than Dharma, and that's what I really like about Fearless Esports, right? They keep things flexible, yet it does and provide that same level of aggressiveness that the Dharma has. Of course, you give up some of that key control for that mobility. Now, for Ultra Rare Esports, they actually go for the Aguro here, and I kind of see where they're coming from. That sustained that burst factor really good for Kenny, but I feel that they could have gone for the Direnjie pick here to actually match that Bayin and Mai Shiranui to have that synergy, because for Fearless Esports, I just feel that right now they're not gonna give them the Direnjie.
Yeah, actually that's honestly one of the best picks that they could have done on the third pick. The Direnjie against most of the, especially against Arlie, is going to be surviving that lane. And that's what I like about that pick. And we've seen Kenny already yesterday pick up that Agudo because they're kind of expecting that an Ogren is going to get picked on the other side. And it didn't really work well for them. That's why this might be tough. This might be tough. They did this against Paws Gaming. So I hope it works for Fearless, but I really doubt it's going to happen.
Yeah, but I mean, it does have its benefits where we saw the Agudo versus the Ogren scenario. If you're versus a tank jungler, you do have the ability to build a deep frost siege. You can actually slow him down in the stage of the game. But Ultra Rare Esports, it seems like they've done their homework, right? They took out the Musashi, they took out the Han Sin, and this is a lot of the capabilities available from Sky. They're forcing him into the Ogren. They're like, go for the Ogren, please. Because right now, all 4 of our bans are all junglers.
You know what? I think Fearless is going to take that challenge. You know what? I think they're going to pick the Ogren. They're going to be okay with picking the Ogren against them. Because what are they going to lose at this point? Because with the picks that they have, I do think Ultra Rare could go for the Chano instead, because the Direnjie has been banned already. So if they want that extra pushing power, a Chano could be good. But to show you it against the Arlie, if you want to survive the lane, sure. And the range in the late game actually works well against the Arlie.
Yeah, I mean, for Ultra Rare Esports, that E-Sync pick is also, I mean, something that they might look towards too, but they have the Mai Shiranui already, so it's unlikely. So, right now, they left with that Roman pick, the Mozi, I mean, might be a good pick with that Cannon Blast setup, playing from range as well. But Fearless Esports, right now, I mean, they can go for something just off the synergy. I mean, I was talking to one of the coaches for the Singapore teams, right? And he was suggesting, right, you put the Liu Bang on the mid lane and you pick up a lot. But yeah, you said they take Ogren and Angela as well.
Oh, man. It's so funny how they actually took them on a challenge. And they were like, yeah, sure. We're going to fight that Agudo with the Ogren. Look at them smiling, because Ultra Rare also knows that Fearless Esports, or rather, they were forcing them to do so. But what they don't know is that Fearless Esports is actually ready for that Agudo matchup, because most of the time, one of the good things about Yin is very flexible. I've seen him use the Angela against Impunity and Team Max, and he's very good with it.
Yeah, Yin's Angela is something that it's really scary. It's one of the top bans as well, especially in the Chinese region, where that burst ability, I mean, not even a tank, you can stand up against to that burst, because you're going to be very low after the ultimate. But Ultra Rare Esports picking up that bite too.
So wait, is that a bite? Wait, he's going to go Roamer. Interesting. That's an interesting pick for me. That's gonna go for Law.
Yeah.
What do you feel about this?
I'm very confused, because by T you do require a lot of farm.
Yeah.
Before you are a tanky hero, so I don't really like this on the roam at all. If it's the case where he's actually roaming, I would much rather have
He actually did. He actually did. Oh man, okay. So my opinion about this, the idea about this is that they want Law to use the taunt once he goes to level 4. But here in the early game, you can see how much of a problem that is. Because Fearless Esports could do this because you have no pressure with a Bai Chi.
Yeah, there's very little pressure coming out from Baichi. White 20 is not going to have a good time at all. Yes, the launchpad mechanics are there. First blood has already been given. Crimson Golem has been taken by Fearless Esports. And there is no trades coming out. This is going to be a fast game, guys. But do get your gift codes at the bottom of the screen before the game ends, because I have a feeling that Fearless Esports are going to end this in record time.
Yeah, they are looking for this. They are very aware that this is what's gonna happen. They're gonna try to do something. But what I like about Fearless Esports and what they did is that they're the ones who actually got the invade pretty well. And that's what you want to do if you're fighting against an Agudo when you're playing an Ogren. Get the invade in the early game, because the Agudo would need to get level 2 to get advantage. But now, fallback's gonna happen. He needs to flash away. it's pretty safe. He's still not dead at this point. Right now, here comes the team. Here comes the fray. The cavalry's here to help out. And Levo might be dead here, and that's good. Fearless takes another kill.
Yeah, funneling that Crimson buff Golem onto KK, right, makes him a very viable threat at the early stage of the game.
No.
And he wasn't even taking a 1v1, but Sun's up.
I think
Y20 is so low.
Okay, good thing. He was able to get the whatever 2 to just get away from that fight. Good thing he wasn't able to die, but Sky, I think, has been seen. And he's just going to be backing away.
Yeah, I mean, they're consistently going to keep on applying pressure at this Crimson Golem because, yeah, by T, I mean, that role pick by T is just confusing for Ultra Rare Esports to me. Because now, they're just going to lose this early game, but they don't have any semblance of a late game except for Shoyue too.
Yeah, he needs to get to level 4 in order for him to be effective on most fights, and this is really bad. Resetting it, they're gonna try to go for the steal, but they were still able to get it on their side. The knockups are coming in, and the damages, the burst, are gonna be there, and Ultra Rare Esports were looking for this fight, and this is what happens. They got 3 free kills.
Wow, that was a huge blunder coming in for Fearless Esports right there. They weren't expecting that second knockup coming in from Ultra Rare, and that's why, I mean, Mai Shiranui is still a very strong pick, and the knockup coming through at that point just really stopped them.
Yeah, the dropkick, the knockup, nobody was there to support them. And remember, Fable was pretty low, and he was not on the clash lane when that fight was happening, and that timing was actually really good for Ultra Rare.
Yeah, they got punished a bit for their greed, but still, it's the same scenario. Still, that just brings things back to even. And Ultra Rare Esports, I mean, they are a very greedy lineup. They need a lot of farm. This amount of farm is not going to be enough for them to recover back into the game.
Yeah, one good thing about their lineup is the early burst that they have with Y20 and Lifo. That's the only thing that they're banking on for this Tyrant battle. But other than that, they need Shoyue to get his items. If he doesn't get his items at 8 minutes, it will be a pretty tough match still. So 90 seconds on the clock, and we're gonna be having our Tyrant.
Yeah, and this is gonna be a KK/Yin game, right? Where both of them are very reliant on getting the items, getting the damage through. It's not gonna be the Sky Show anymore. But of course, for Fearless Esports, they've been rotating this around. KK on this early is a
Flash
monster.
in, but if Farewell is gonna be there, gets the slowdown right on flick. Law is gonna be the next target here. He doesn't have any flashes, but he does have his ult to actually run away. Right now, the tower in the bot lane is gonna get taken down. They got the kill on Fable on the top side, forced the flash away from him, but they gave up the Tyrant in the tower in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a worthy trade coming in for Fearless Esports. Right now, they don't really care much about Fable, right?
Yeah.
Fable is just going to be a distraction, a setup. The main target is still going to be KK and Yin.
Yeah, it's gonna be really tough here, because if they won't be able to get a lot of kills right now, Ultra Rare Esports, this is gonna be a problem later on from them.
Yeah, Doomsday already up on the early, and this is going to be a problem, especially for the Aguro and the Baiti as well, right? Because this is not going to be a Baiti with a lot of farm, so he's going to get bursted down very early on in the game, especially if he takes too much poke damage.
Oh yeah, he's not gonna be surviving a lot of the fights. But one good thing about this though is that Fearless will have a chance to maybe burst him down later on. But I want to see a lay waste play here coming in from Law, because I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, for Ultra Rare Esports, the only way they win is they defend. Like, they defend super well against the aggression coming out, and they have to keep catching KK. KK, at this point, he's an absolute monster.
Yeah, KK is gonna be crazy. Right now, Woodwind might be the target. Could get knocked up. Oh no, Woodwind actually knows Destiny Encounter is gonna get used. The slowdown on Law. He hasn't been able to get away of that fight.
Oh my god, I mean, this is what you get
Whoa!
when you pick up IT.
They got the wild win, they got the knockup onto the back line, but the pull back right there was perfect. KK still aggressive, a lot of low HP targets, but the wild wind almost gets the kill on Woodwind.
I mean, it would have gotten the kill on Yin. That was great play on Woodwind to just block that shot from the wild wind. And yeah, Fearless Esports, they're playing Ultra Rare like a fiddle right now, because that set sail. It was not planned to get another kill, but they just rolled with the punches. Yeah, they already killed Law. Set sail wasn't needed, and then they turn around, gotta kill and apply pressure on the mid lane turret.
Yeah, good thing they were still able to defend it though. At least Ultra Rare Esports was still able to keep their mid lane tower, because once this opens up, this is going to be way harder. Look at the setups here on the top side. This is what we were saying a while ago. What's hard about the Bai Chi is he's not going to be able to get an instant crowd control on most people unless he uses his ult, and he's not going to be a threat to other people here. That's why, look at what Fable did. He just went away, scurried away. Nothing could be able to stop him.
Yeah, and what Ultra Rare has going for them is they do have superior poke, right? They do have superior range with the form of the Mai Shiranui and the Shouyue as well. They have a lot of damage from range, but that's the only thing that they have. They don't have the front line. They can't take these team fights.
Kenny is also here. Law is going to be trying to maybe get this for him. I think they were able to get it still. Sky was able to get it, and now this is already good for the team. They're using the set sail just to push them back away for the side of Ultra Rare. But Fearless Esports is still trying to pressure mid lane so that they would be able to get to the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, these objectives are not going to be contested by Ultra Rare at all. But what they need to do is get these map objectives, right? Getting farm on Y20, very important, because he does need that damage to be able to burst one of the targets down. And that's going to be either on Yin or to KK. So now, Ultra Rare Esports, they got to start to look towards those.
And try to look for it, but the top side tower has been taken down already. They're going to go for the backline Law. Going to be the target in front. Throws out Furball, but at what cost? Right now, they use the ultimate in front. Was able to kill Y20. Was a hero for the team, but right now, onto the backline, they're going to go for the chase down, and they get no knockups for Fable. He's going to be dead, and that is 2-for-1 in favor of Ultra Rare.
Clinical team fight coming out from Ultra Rare, jumping onto Yin. That would have been the key target. Another viable target would have to be on KK. Now, Ultra Rare Esports, they need to do this multiple times. It's not just one time and they get it, because they still lose their mid turret after that skirmish. They have lost too much map control. Now, Fearless Esports.
Ooh, the dropkick actually kills him, and now Sky is left alone here in this fight. Still has the ultimate, forced to use that Blood Rage. Right now, he's just gonna back off.
And Fearless Esports, I mean, they overstayed their welcome here. They wanted to push the advantage. They want to take away more enemy.
Oh no,
creeps.
again,
Now,
he doesn't have Flash anymore. Or rather, he has Flash, but he has been taunted.
yeah, that's one of the weaknesses of an Angela, because you are actually very weak to these ganks. If you don't have that Flash, if you don't have that ultimate available, you don't have the ability to counterfire. Now, Ultra Rare, they have that poke lineup, right? This is where they shine. This 10-minute mark, if they survive this on time, suddenly Bai Chi just feels extremely good as a pick. So Ultra Rare, against all odds, things are working out for them.
Yeah, they're slowly working things out, catching Yin lacking most of the time. I think Yin needs to work on his positioning, especially when hiding, because most of the time what you need to do on Angela is just to surprise one, take one down, and that's already good. But he hasn't been taking down any targets so far because he has been caught off multiple times.
Yeah, Y20, I think that this is his game. He's doing such a great job of the macro plays as well, always applying that bottom lane pressure. He's been that glimmer of hope coming in from Ultra Rare Esports. Another key player from Ultra Rare Esports is going to be Flick and Lethal. They need to provide that poke damage, and then Y20 comes in with that flank swoop.
Yeah, Tyrant's already getting taken here by Fearless Esports. They're letting Ultra Rare take the Overlord with no contest. Right now, they're going to try to go for it. The set sail is going to be there, throwing Furball in front just so they can dash away. But Law has been left alone. The set sail's already here. Got the knock-up right on Lefo, but not enough to actually get any kills. Law has been left alone here. He's going to be trying to back away, use the laneways to actually go out, but he's still going to be killed in the end. Killing spree coming in for Sky.
Yeah, Y20, his flank has been sniffed out by Santa as well. Fable doing an extremely good job this time of protecting Yin.
Yeah, gonna try. Y20 is gonna be the next here. They're gonna be using that Shadow Vanguard right here in the mid lane because that's good. They're pushing the mid lane. Might as well use the Shadow Vanguard here.
Yeah, now Kenny, he's in a bit of trouble.
A bit low HP. Gonna try on the backline. Y20 might go for the drop kick. He was able to run away, but a set sail forced the flash away. That's a good way to dodge it. And the drop kick comes in. But Y20 is still going to be surviving. Look at that. A pretty fast set sail. Gets the knock up on 2 in the backline. They go with the lane waste right on Law, and they are in front. They tried to go for the backline, but the backline is well protected. Yin is still alive. Sky is super low, but they have to be careful about Lifo. Lifo could actually be a threat here in the front line against them. Almost getting it, but he misses it. Yin is dodging every shot, but was able to die at all in the end. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Fearless still.
Yeah, Ultra Rare Esports right now, I mean, their positioning is good, but Y20, he has to find more value. The fur ball, very good though.
Walking the dog, and that's going to be a knock-up. That's going to be another kill. Y20 tries his best to do something, but KK is just too much to handle.
Yeah, and there's nothing to lock them down. They really need to use the sacrifice of Law,
Mid?
right? And
Mid is
yeah,
going to push.
Vanguards. Yeah, Vanguards.
No way, man. You know what? That's 2 towers now. That's 2 towers that the Shadow Vanguard just took down.
Yeah, while all this was happening, they did lose a tier 3, so Fearless Esports, they're still pretty much ahead, even though they just lost 2 turrets. But doesn't matter. For Ultra Rare Esports, well, at this point, they somehow reached that power point where the Bai Chi has become extremely useful. He can't give up his own life to force these engages, and if they just consistently get the poke damage, if they find the farm on Flick and Lifo, now Law, he can actually force out these team fights without worrying about getting pushed down.
Knocked up, but was not going to be able to survive here for sure. Gets the Blood Rage, Conductor of Souls! Gets his HP back in form, but he still has been shut down. But the set sail from Fable finishes the job, gets the kill onto the backline, but Flick is still alive. KK tries to go for more, maybe. They might be able to get the kill, but no, it's not going to work. Right now, Fearless just made the mistake there.
Yeah, a huge blunder, right? They should have just cut their losses when Sky went down. They gotta trade onto Lifo, but at cost of Fable's life. Now, Ultra Rare, they're gonna push the advantage.
Gonna go for the chase down. They got the taunt onto the back. They might be able to get some kills here, but not enough damage though. Woodwind and KK are not committing.
Yeah, and they always have to worry about the top lane pressure coming through. But now Ultra Rare Esports, they are at a comfy position where they can keep on forcing these fights, right? Y20, now he has the farm. It's gonna be a very scary tool to deal with for KK and Yin. They gotta keep worrying about it. And Fable, he's been doing a good job of making sure Y20 is a cat.
I love the fight back.
Now, yeah, but Y20, he needs to just jump that target.
Yeah.
It's all about jumping that target. If he finds it, it suddenly is Ultra Rare's game. So it's anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, he needs to find Yin. If he finds Yin on the back, find where he's hiding, he might be able to actually turn things around. Tyrannus is being taken already. With 14 minutes on the clock, this could be good. Right now, they have the timing to maybe fight Ultra Rare Esports because right now, they already used the set sail. Fable looking for the target. Might be able to go for the back line, but no, he threw the dock away.
Yeah, and with that one team fight, what I didn't like about Ultra Rare is that they didn't get the great advantages. Is you can take a look at the lane advantage. They won the team fight, but why are the lanes pushing towards them? Because they didn't clear out the waves as well as Fearless Esports has been doing. And this is why Fearless Esports, they're consistently still ahead.
Yeah.
While Ultra Rare Esports, they've been winning these team fights.
It's like they have the tempo every time because they're pushing the lane, they're doing some housekeeping before they even commit to any fights so that the other team is going to be the one who's pressured to defend. And that's so smart coming in from Fearless Esports. Yes, we haven't been seeing Yin do anything really advantageous for the team, but the other members right here from Fearless have been working their hearts out in order for them to finish the game.
Yeah, now the Shadow Vanguards will be marching in on the bottom lane. Tier 3 already down. Now, Fearless Esports, this is their GG push right here, right? Ultra Rare Esports, they will be trying to defend. If they defend this, however, it will be looking very good for them.
Yeah, Fable might be looking for an opening, clearing the wave on the top side so that they can set sail away without anything that could see him right now. Right now, they're using it. They might be able to throw it onto the back line. Goes for a U-turn, and here it comes. Push on the mid lane is happening. They're gonna go for it. Back lane has been breached. Lifo is gonna be the target. He's gonna be dead. That's good. They got 2 kills already, and Kenny is also down. They got 1 on KK, but they still have a lot of damage going through for the team. The Blazing Grills is not up anymore. Law is gonna be defending the towers. He's gonna try his best with Flick. Is doing such a good work here in order for them to defend the tower. Sky needs to respect that. They need to back off because Flick is at critical mass and they have to be scared of him.
Yeah, there are whirlwind charges coming through. They don't have the sustain to actually get through. They do
Okay.
have Woodwind for now. Pops the ultimate.
That sail gonna go to the backline. Flick is gonna be the target. He has to be careful. Law is gonna go down, and this tower, this crystal is on the target. It's a FE, and this is it. What a great win for Fearless Esports.
Ultra Rare Esports, they don't look too sad at all. They were happy, they were smiling. And of course, to force Fearless Esports to have to play those kind of games, right? I feel that Ultra Rare, they're improving, they're learning as a team. And yeah, they're going to be a team to watch. Going against the top dogs and forcing them into these kind of situations where Fearless Esports, they were scrambling for decision making, and they won with their good mechanics. But yes, Ultra Rare Esports, they're such a young team.
Oh man, it's so different here. I think one of the things that I love about what they did here for Ultra Rare is that look at the difference on how things ended on the cameras a while ago. They were happy about that loss because they probably learned a lot from Fearless Esports, because they made them think, they made them put more effort on the game because of what they're doing, and they recognize what they are doing here. The MVP is going to be Flick. He didn't die one time in this game, but they did such a good job this time.
Yeah, and I really feel that they found their tempo, right? Played that game right. But of course, when credit is due, Fearless Esports, their housekeeping of the lanes, the way that they really took the advantage of that early game scenario, getting those crimson buffs fed onto KK. KK was 12,391, but because of Ultra Rare's gatekeeping, they were keeping their line so well with Y20, Kenny, and Lifo that KK couldn't get a lick of damage in.
Yeah, the way they do housekeeping here for Fearless Esports is really smart. This is how you should do it as a team. You should clear the waves first before you think about doing anything around the map, because this will keep the pressure on Ultra Rare Esports and it will force them to react, or rather to defend, and you'll get information on where everybody is. And that gives you a clear picture on what to do next. And Fearless Esports did that so well this game.
Yeah, it's all about the holistic understanding of the game. It's not just about the drafts. It's always about the lane pressure. And why did Sky deal so much damage compared to KK, right? KK had so much farm, Yin had so much farm, because Sky was able to jump into the back lines consistently with the path of passing. And with Fable's help of the set sail, there was a consistent threat of death. And of course, they did have that sustain available. And I really feel that for Fearless Esports, they won because they had superior mechanics. When it came down to, if, let's say, Ultra Rare could understand the game just a bit better and do the housekeeping needed before they take the team fights, Fearless Esports, they would have been put on the ropes.
That's true. That's true. This game was close. Honestly, this game took longer than expected because Ultra Rare Esports was playing pretty well. And that's why, as we said, this team has been improving so much. They're a young team and they are really doing so well in what they have done here in this game. So I hope to see them do this next, because the last time we've seen them fight against a strong team was Paws. And as you said, it finished 6 minutes and 50 seconds, but this time it took longer for Fearless to end them.
Yeah, Fearless Esports now cement themselves at that top position. Now, they're currently 6-0 with 12 points in the standings. If you take a look at the goal graph, well, it was all in their favor the entire way. Yes, Ultra Rare Esports, they did have moments of brilliance, but Fearless Esports continue to dominate in this league. But this goes to show, right? Champions, well, maybe not in the playoffs, because this will make a very interesting series, especially as we move on to elimination.
Oh yeah, it was nice try for Ultra Rare Esports, but look at that graph. It was still a nice performance from them, but the MVP is going to be going for Sky. This guy MVP twice now for this whole series. 826, 32% damage, and damage taken at 38%, and a total gold of 24%. This makes it his 6th time to be MVP and still the highest.
Yeah, I mean, for Sky, Well, this guy, I mean, he threatened the lineup of the Aguro with the Ogren and still only got out with 2 deaths. So it's very amazing that he can potentially always threaten the enemy backlines. Of course, the 2 deaths were a lot of very big blunders that cost a lot of momentum loss towards Fearless Esports. But I feel that they have that mechanics to actually come back. And I feel that Sky consistently has been one of the key anchors for Fearless Esports, right? Because one of the main reasons why they keep winning these team fights is because they have that mobility, they have that tankiness. The damage has to be wasted on this Ogren.
Yeah, and I love that they recognize that though. I mean, they know that the Aguro was a good counter for the Ogren, and Ultra Rare Esports was waiting for them to pick the Ogren. That's the reason why they even banned out the Musashi, anything else that could actually be picked by Sky, so that he will pick Ogren. And Sky took the challenge. He was like, okay, sure, we have a counter, but it doesn't really matter. The only one who got countered in this game was Yin. Yin didn't really have the best time in this game because he was constantly targeted.
Yeah, Yin's Angela is a monster, but of course, at this stage of the game, they weren't able to take out Yin. But at the later stages of the game, when they found out that, yeah, White 20, you can actually jump on Yin consistently, yeah, it proved to be their undoing for Fearless Esports. And this is when we started to see tides really turn, right?
Yeah. And from this part of the game, though, they were able to recognize that they have some burst damage to actually kill some members, especially when they killed Yin here, because Fable was trying to be so aggressive, and they were like, Blink has damage, so we don't really mind taking the damage from you guys. And yes, they were able to take down the tower here, but they got so much out of this fight just because they were understanding how much of an advantage they could get here. But this was a nice job for Yin. The dodging that he did there was actually crazy.
Yeah, that was crazy, because if he did have that ability available for Fable instead, that would have meant a double kill, and that made the difference there. The small little micro differences that actually led them to win the game. And this year, they actually took down Sky. So Ultra Rare, you can see that, yeah, they were getting a kind of a tempo going, kind of a momentum going. But at the same time, Fearless Esports, they did an extremely good job of consistently just applying the fundamentals.
Yeah, look at the waves though. The waves were constantly, always, all of the fights, they were always pushing to the side of Ultra Rare. And that's what makes a good team from a better team, or the best team right now. That's why Fearless Esports is the best team that we have here in WKS, because they really know how to play the macro well. Even if they lose in the micro things, they at least have the macro to keep them grounded in this game.
Yeah, I'm very proud of Ultra Rare. I mean, guys, do what you're doing. But of course, for the next match, we have Paws Gaming going up against Team Max, the only, the Cambodian region team as well, right? So one of the teams that have been, well, not doing too well against the number 2 seed. So it's going to be kind of the similar story of whether Team Max, can you take a win against one of the top 3 right now? Because it's been the story of WKS. It's been the top 3 and the rest. When are you able to catch up? And with this regular season, you're presented a lot of chances to learn and catch up.
Yeah, right now, one of the storylines that I'm looking forward to is how they get a win against any of this. Just one game. Get one game win, and that's already a flex in itself. That's already good. So maybe go for that goal. Try it for all the other teams that we have here. But again, everybody, we're just going to be taking a short break before we head into the next game. See you guys in just a bit.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash. Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them. Beach sweepers. Follow your orders. Let's go. You're not welcome at my beach. Go. The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers, follow your orders. Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Excuse me.
Hugging steam. Victory!
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
Hello and welcome back to the Wildcard King Series Spring Season Week 2 Day 3. I'm your caster Moman, and joined with me will be Dash, and we are ready at Series number 3 for today. It will be Paws Gaming going up against Team Max. How are you feeling, Dash?
Yeah, very excited for this game just because of the fact that Paws Gaming, last time I've seen them, they were able to get a 6-minute game. But Team Max, I hope they will be able to hold on against this squad that has been super aggressive when it comes to their drafting.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this third series because it will be the series that we end work on, right? So
Yeah.
if Paws Gaming takes another world record, we can end work early. No, I'm just kidding here. I'm just kidding here. But Paws Gaming, really,
Okay.
they've been setting records, right? 6 minutes, 50 seconds, and that's really a timing that no one has been able to beat. It's really unheard of
Yeah.
in most kind of scenarios.
That was
now
like-
Team Max.
Yeah, that was like 2 games that they did that. It was super close because it was 6 minutes and the other was like 9 minutes. So they were just really breaking their records here.
Yeah, 70% of you feel that, Paws Gaming are going to win. 30% of you feel that Team Max might take the series. And I feel that for Team Max, right now, they're in a very peculiar situation where they've been put in that rough spot of being at the bottom, near the bottom, actually. They're number 6 in that positioning for the league standings as well. So I feel that, yeah, if they lose any more, once they go up against the Cambodian teams, is going to be a toss-up of, well, who is the best Cambodian team and who's going to make it to play-ins. But for the roster of Team Max, of course, they're very good-looking gentlemen. Kashimo on that Clash lane, Bins on that jungle, Jofang on that mage role, Chigiri in the farm lane, and Hatashi will be on that roam role.
Yeah, Hatashi will be there. And again, Team Max has been such a good team, especially for Kashimo and Jufang have been playing pretty well here for the team. But against Paws Gaming, I'm not really thinking that they would be able to leave a scratch on Paws Gaming, but they could try. They could try this time. Maybe they have an experimentation. They have something to surprise us so that they will be able to maybe even edge out one game against Paws.
Yeah, and for Paws Gaming, right, they haven't been playing as much as Fearless Esports, and that's why they are at the 2nd seed, but they are also currently undefeated. So they are currently 3-0 with 6 points in. So these are their members.
Oh, yeah. And again, these members that we have, Snow, Mysotis, Xiaoyang, Bangji, Xinglin will be the roamer here for the team. And Paws Gaming has been really strong. Honestly, these guys have been aggressive. Fearless Esports is just a balance of impunity and Paws Gaming. And Paws Gaming is more leaning on the aggressive side of things, and they really love high kill games.
Yeah, and this guy, Feng Jie, right, he is a man with a lot of experience on the big stage, on the big leagues as well, right? Feng Jie, he is actually from the KPL. He used to be part of E-Star Pro. So there is going to be that kind of pressure that you feel from someone who has way more experience than you. But looking at the head-to-head, of course, it's going to look extremely good for the side of Paws Gaming compared to Team Max.
Look at the amount of kills that Snow has. It's just crazy. Just because of the amount of kills that they have here, they are really a high kill team. They love taking kills. And remember, it's just 3 games. What if they have 5 more games? This is going to be way higher for the side of Paws Gaming. And the GPM is going to be high as well because they overwhelm the other teams with just the amount of aggressiveness and control they have over the map.
Yeah, and for the kill participation per game as well. 7 for Snow. And of course, Paws, they are a very aggressive team. They are always looking for your mistakes. The moment they see a mistake, they're going to strike in a very clinical method. And that's why they still hold one of the highest game times, right? They ended it in very quick fashion.
Yeah, and it was against a 4th place team. It was against Ultra Rare Esports, and that's kind of scary to think about because what can they do about the teams that are in the lower states right here in the tournament? So this could be a potential toss-up for Team Max on what they can do. Remember, Team Max was the team who actually... Wait, this is my favorite part of the game. Kashimo saying, do you need some bamboo? And Maya because they have a panda. Oh yeah. And Maya Sotis, please let me see your maximum. Okay. They're being very nice here for Paws Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, for both teams, actually, they're pretty chill with the banter today. We're not gonna get some spiciness. We're not gonna get some heat, but of course, they're definitely gonna bring it in the gorge. And for Mysotis, right? Mysotis has been a player that has been playing for a very long time with Snow and Tinglin as well. They were part of the same roster, and like we talk about Feng Jie having international experience, these guys also have experience, right? They went up against the KPL Dream Team. They did very well as well, but of course they have played in the top tier leagues, so definitely there's a lot of experience when it comes to understanding of the game, how much of the lanes that they need to control, how much advantages that they need to take for a complete win.
Yeah, and also for the teams or for the players that came from the KPL, especially if they go to the wildcard, the experience, the knowledge that they have is going to be much more rich, especially for somebody like Feng Jie who has been here for at least 2 years now, or rather almost 3 years now in the league. This is going to be crazy because the experience that he actually puts into play would actually show us a lot more of what could be opened in that Pandora's box of the meta that we are in right now.
And yeah, I mean, consistently, I feel that the KPL players, they do watch the KPL as well, right? Where the Fuzi strat has been used like by the top tier, like by AG themselves, who won the KPL. They ran that Fuzi, and now Paws Gaming, they are running that Fuzi themselves. So you see a semblance of their strategies being used. And of course, copying is not a bad thing, especially if you can do it to their style. If you can play it to the highest level, I mean, you can copy strats all you want. That's why metas are created, and that's why meta heroes are created as well. So you do see some of these strategies being imported into the WKS.
Yeah, and I would love to see it a lot more, especially for the teams right here. For Paws Gaming being very experimental, I think they're the most experimental team that I've seen so far in the WKS, because they even put up the Luwara. On the last time that I've seen them against URE, they even picked up the Luwara, and I haven't seen Luwara, I think, ever in any of the matches that I casted.
Yeah, they just are a very confident team, I feel like. Paws Gaming, well, if you think about them as a team play style, they are really just very well synergized, and they will keep on fighting till the end. Like, they are not going to have any losses while they're fighting. Their team fights have been so good. Meanwhile, on the other side, right, when we talk about Team Max, I have a feeling that, yeah, well, there's a bit of this miscommunication going on, and there are some issues that Team Max still needs to fix. They're not a perfect team yet, and I feel that their team plays have been disjointed a lot of times. Kashimo has been trying to make a lot of good plays, especially on his Guan Yu. I really love his Guan Yu so far, but the teams have not been able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, they really need to make use of any openings that Kashimo has been giving them. And as you said, yesterday we have seen them against Impunity. We saw some openings that weren't really capitalized on by their teammates. So I think they really need to find a way to synergize a lot better compared to what they did for the past few days. I hope that was a learning moment already for them, because remember, they haven't fought against Fearless yet. They're going to be fighting against Paws. They already fought against Impunity. So this is going to be just an uphill battle for them. They need to grow as fast as they can.
Yeah, I mean, for the Cambodian region itself, it's going to be a huge marker if you can have these experiences with the other regions and then elevate your region as a general. Now, they have the most representation here in the WKS. They have 3 teams here. So they have experience fighting against the Hong Kong/Chinese region. They have experience fighting against the Myanmar region. And when they eventually bring it back into their scrims, they are eventually going to go stronger. But of course, these kind of things, it might take some time, but in this regular season, you're forced to learn at a very fast pace, right?
Yep.
We don't have much time before we go into the playoffs. There's only 2 weeks left.
Yeah, and compared to the other regions, though, this is way faster, because on the other regions, you have a double round robin. And that's the scarier part, because at least in the double round robin, you have time to actually go back and fight again in the second round robin. But this time, because it's a single round robin, you need to learn halfway through the whole tournament, because if you don't do it, it's going to be way shorter. You're going to be losing a lot of points, and you're not going to have a chance to come back. So that's why it's way tougher here in the Wildcard King series, because it's a way faster league compared to the others.
Yeah, it's gonna be on-job training, OJT. I mean, definitely
Yeah.
you gotta learn fast, trial by fire. And yeah, for these teams, they're still fighting for, of course, a prize pool of $20,000. So there's not just that KWC ticket, but of course, that is the most important thing, right? Representing your region on that international level. We see the previous champions already kind of struggling a little bit. Impunity couldn't actually match up against Fearless Esports, and Fearless Esports, they eventually did have a better run in the internationals of last year than Impunity. But now we are going to have that same position once again, where they're trying to fight for that slot. That prize pool, secondary, because you get way more prize money when going to KWC.
Oh, that is really true. And honestly, they just really want to be qualified here. I think the qualification is going to be important here for the teams, especially for the position, the glory, as you may, that they will have in the KWC and the experience that they will get there. Because remember, after this, most of the regions are going to be having a long break to practice, to scrim against other teams in order for them to be ready for the KWC, because it's gonna be a tough battle. I think the only region that is gonna be playing while all of this happening will be KJL, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, KGL will be that league, of course. And of course, for you guys, we will have codes available in the game. So, the codes will appear on the bottom of the screen. And so I will urge you guys to have your Honor of Kings apps ready, and you click on the bottom left, you go to that community section, right? You're going to able to see that community section, click on it. And in that community section, you're going to have to see the CD key. So you got to click on that CD key. Then when the code appears, type it in, because faster fingers first. It's always first come, first serve.
Oh, yeah.
And if you don't know where the community thing is, you better be checking it every day, because that's the sign in thing for the gacha.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna be opening my thing so that everybody can see. Oh no, is there gonna be like a wait? I'm thinking if they're gonna be seeing my UID. I think not, right? They're not gonna be seeing my UID. So we're gonna be showing them how they actually would be redeeming this. So wait, I'm gonna be opening my thing while this is. So on the bottom right side, as you said, right? Is it in the bottom right?
Bottom
side?
left. Bottom left.
Bottom left side. You go to. You see this, right? You see that. You go
you
to
see the four squares there?
You go to community. Okay, wait. You go for the 4 squares here. Then you go to community. Click community. It's gonna go to another window. Then you find CD key. And CD key, it looks like, oh no, it's the screen is not looking really good for me. The CD key looks like this. You go there and you put the code. Put the code inside and you're good. Put the code there in this window. And you'll have to wait. While this is happening, you'll have to wait while the game is happening for you to get the code. So you have to do so. You have to get that. So again, for everybody who's trying to get the codes that we have, wait for that. And we have codes almost every game.
Yeah, funny thing is, for you guys that are opening the game itself, actually our stream is live on the game. So
hey, yo.
Of course, it was a bit tough to look at myself on the screen. Yeah, today. I mean, we saw our own faces on the stream. Of course, for you guys that are wondering what is happening, of course, we're waiting for the players for Paws Gaming versus Team Max. So of course, you will have to stay with us a little while we talk about what's to expect for the next few days in the rest of the regular season as well, right? Because of the round robin system, we are looking forward to get the top 2 seeds. So top 2 seeds will be going into the upper brackets, where they will be facing off against the winners of the play-in stages. The play-in stages are going to be played by their 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th seed. And of course, they will be paired up to fight against each other. And for that 1st and 2nd place, they're just sitting there pretty already in the playoffs. At the play-in stage, if you lose, there is no double elimination. So if you get eliminated, you are out. And then we will have the 4 teams in the playoffs who will be going through the entire double elimination of the best of 5, who will eventually reach the grand final. And in that grand final, it's going to be a best of 7.
Oh yeah, best of 7. We're going to be having the ultimate battle. And this is what teams need to understand. Once you go to the top 4, it's going to be a best of 5. It's not going to be a best of 3 anymore. So you will really flex all the heroes that you know, because they are going to get depleted as the games go on, especially for game number 3, for game number 4. It's where things get tough, and that's why teams here would really need to learn a lot of things before we get there. I mean, they don't really have a lot of time anymore. I mean, next week and next week, we're already gonna go to the playoffs.
Yeah, so the playoffs is going to be in 2 weeks, and this is the regular season where they're still fighting for the placements for the next week itself. Further on in the regular season, you will see that fearless Esports versus Paws Gaming matchup. That's something to look forward to, because whoever wins here will secure themselves that top seed, especially Paws Gaming. They go undefeated as well, right? That's something that we need to predict, that they're most likely going to be undefeated unless things change, because Paws Gaming will be going up against Impunity first. Now, Impunity, well, they need that top 2 seed. So I don't think they're going to kind of lose any game to Paws
Yeah.
Gaming.
Yeah, and the last qualifiers that we've seen them from, though, I mean, it was a second place for Paws Gaming. It was first place for Impunity. But I remember it was Impunity playing on the lower bracket. It's because Paws Gaming defeated Fearless Esports, and Fearless went to the lower bracket, then Impunity defeated them. That's why Fearless just actually ended up in the third place during that time. So that was really tough for Fearless, and that's why they're out for revenge against Impunity and Paws Gaming.
And a different roster for Fearless Esports. Now, Paws Gaming, I mean, I feel that at this point, it's really that you can actually see that ticket already manifesting in front of you, and whether or not you're able to get it, well, it's gonna be hard because playoffs magic happens, right? It's a best of 5, best of 7. It's very different from these best of 3s that we are seeing. And there will be a long distance. There's a very huge stamina game. Think about it like playing 5 consecutive ranked matches in a row where you're not able to pick the same role, and you're not able to pick the same heroes for your role.
Oh, yeah.
And that's going to be a huge test for these players.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, though. I mean, especially the best of 7. Once we go to that, the longer the game goes, Ultimate Battle comes out. That is one of the funnest things that I've seen so far, especially during the last Invitational Season 3. It was the most fun thing when it comes to the Ultimate Battle here.
Yeah, Ultimate Battles at that point are really fun because it's always about what the coach is thinking, right? So if let's say you're thinking about, you're going with this draft, there's a mirror matchup status there, so you can actually pick duplicate heroes. So whether or not you're gonna counter the other team because you know that team that well, and just pick 5 heroes that perfectly counter them, or pick 5 heroes that perfectly suit yourself and potentially get countered as well. So that's something of a blind draft that goes into that. So Ultimate Battle is always very interesting.
Yeah, a blind draft, you get some mirror matchups. You get something that the other team is kind of expecting in a way, especially the Maishinuis. But hey, here we go. Team Max versus Paws Gaming. We're already going to be starting on the draft. Here it comes, Moman, because this time Team Max really has a lot of things to climb on because this is going to be a tough day for them.
I mean, Team Max, it's going to be hard. Paws Gaming, they've been known to be very dominant, especially against lesser teams, right? Paws Gaming, they don't fear anyone, and really, I'm looking forward to what they have in store for us today. Whether they're going with the stock standard of the Pay Byron, and you've seen Myosotis and Snow on these two. They've been destroying teams. Now, with the idea ban, they're actually forcing Max to go early here, and now they open themselves to the Pay Byron.
Yeah, as you said, Pay Byron will be coming out in this game. Paws Gaming really loves picking up the Byron first in every game that they have played because they know that the Byron together with the Pay, even with the Okyo Tachibana that they've used recently, also works pretty well because of how Snow is that strong whenever he's holding the Byron.
Yeah, for Team Max, they do respond with the Ogren, and of course, I think they might want to take a look at they're going with the Dharma instead. Well, I would have felt that the Lady Sun would have been a good pick coming through, but Paws Gaming, they go for the D-Rentier themselves, and that Lady Sun will be left in the pool.
This is like a lot of meta picks already in our first game. They're picking whatever is meta. They picked the Dharma. They picked up the Ogren already. So they do have some setups to work with here. I do think an Yi Xing could be a potential ban here for Paws Gaming so that the Ogren wouldn't be having that easy combo together with the Dharma. Or they can pick it up themselves because it could also work with their composition.
Yeah, definitely. And for Paws Gaming, they are wanting to take out that Mozi pick. Of course, very good in dealing with the aggression coming out. I feel that Mozi has a very good utility to deal with the Pay Byron. And they take out the Gun and Mo as well. For Team Max, they do take out the Lady Sun, who will be a huge counter for that Ogren Liampo as well. They don't want the Tremor Smashers to be that disruption factor. Now, for Paws Gaming, they still have a lot of good choices to go for here. Yes, sure, Diadea might not be available, Liampo might not be available, Zhang Fei might not be available, but sure, they still can go for something along the lines of like a Yuhuan on the support.
They went in for that Yi Sheng. As we said, they could pick that up for themselves so that they could keep the Ogren at bay whenever he tries to go in, and also would not have that combo together with that Dharma. So denying that out of them is also a good strat for the side of Paws Gaming here.
And of course, Yi Sheng just pairs very well with the Byron because, well, you lock them in the board and the Byron loves to fight. So as long as there's someone in the board, Byron is going to continue to fight. And meanwhile, for Paws Gaming, well, we know that they are all about the team fights. Now,
I like that.
Going with an interesting pick, right? Picking the Angela.
I like that. Honestly, having the Angela in this comp could actually be a threat to that Pei and Byron. One thing that they could do is just to hide. Just hide the Angela, because so far, there's not really a big threat to that Angela compared to the past game that we've seen in where we had the Mai Shiranui, we had the Mai Yin. So there was really no way for Yin to actually work things out with the Angela. But this time, Paws Gaming went in with another very defensive pick together with the Yi Sheng. I think this is really good for them. They have a lot of vision control and they do have a lot of AoEs to work with.
Yeah, and that's why I really like the Yuhuan going for them. Now it even suits them really well. They could have went for the Sakir itself. It could have been a deny pick coming out from Team Max because Sakir works really well with the Di Renjie.
Yeah.
But that Yuhuan pick really cements the fact that you're going to be able to find the Angela no matter what, right? And you have the Unending Sorrow to get out of her burst range as long as you don't get bursted down in that first 1 second.
Yep, the only thing that could be a problem here for Team Max is how Hatashi and Jufang would be starting these fights. Because Bins and Kashimo need them to start those fights. Because if they don't, Paws will be the one who's going to be rolling them. Because right now they do have some single target crowd control with the Jufang. Hatashi has the Mulberry power. So that could be elevators that they could use to start the fights. But again, everyone, this is series number 3. This is Paws Gaming versus Team Max. And this is the last series that we have today.
Yeah, and already at the bottom lane, leaving no one there, giving the free farm to Feng Tie. And this would mean that they are having the rotation. Tinglin extremely low though.
What a great startup here for Team Max. This is why I like picking up the Sakir in the early parts of the game. Look at the damage that he's been dealing. One Mulberry power got Qinglin on a very low HP. And look at how they threaten this objective that they have here. But good thing, Xiaoyang is there to just clear the way for themselves.
Yeah, and Paws Gaming still having that macro advantage. I mean, that launch pad factor is still very much into the game where both teams need to adjust to having that launch pad, right? Early game harassments don't mean anything if you don't get the kills because the launch pads will bring you back so fast into the game. Now, meanwhile, for Paws Gaming, they have a lot of mobility. So you're going to start to see them ramp up the aggression throughout the map. Knowing that they have Myosotis on this Pei to back them up, they eventually want to invade the jungle.
Yeah, Myosotis, especially on a Pei, needs to be a bit more aggressive here in the early parts of the game. But because they really went in the conservative route, because Team Max tried to threaten their own jungle, this is why they are doing this currently. But right now, Team Max is trying to make sure that they are going to be clearing out the waves, and forcing out the flash out of Atashi is actually big.
Yeah, so now we will be going through a bit of a tech pause as one of the teams have called for a tech pause. And now, because of that, right, I really feel that, yeah, in the early stages of the game, it's still very favored towards the side of Paws Gaming because they do have that Pei Byron together the Yi Sheng. That when the ultimates are up with the board, it's going to be very hard for them to take these team fights. And meanwhile, for Team Max, they are a heavy poke style, right? They are poke / burst heavy play style. And yeah, it does work, but I don't see the range coming in as of yet until the Arlie is online.
Yeah, the Arlie needs to come online. They do have a lot of setups on their side, so this could potentially be good for them. But right now in the early game, they could make use of that early game advantage that an Arlie and Sakir has in order for them to just make sure that they would be able to traverse the early to mid game as better as they can.
Yeah, now we see the headquarters of Team Max. I mean, they're still thinking about how they want to take this team fights. And of course, if you notice, there's only 3 of them there. I mean, maybe 2 of them are playing from remote, playing from their own respective countries as well. So this is what I love to see, right? The players are gathered and yet they're still kind of connected at the same time.
Yeah, and we are going to be seeing these players. I think most of the time whenever we see Team Max, these are the only 3 players that we see every time. So calling for a pause there, very needed for them in order for them for their teammates to actually get back in the game. I think these 3 already are in the game. The 2 players that are remote are probably the reasons why we got this tech pause.
Yeah, and of course, for the other side, Paws Gaming, well, like, I really feel that they've been playing together for such a long time. Now that they have, like, Feng Jie, right? And it has really leveled up their confidence as a team, because that trio of Myosotis, Snow, and Ting Lin, they have already been so dominant in kind of taking the map control, and their plays are very synergistic. Now that they have this farm laner Feng Jie that they really trust a lot, they really like to go against the current here and just jump into the enemy's faces.
Oh yeah, I hope Team Max has a plan here. I like the composition, honestly. I always like whenever an Angela gets picked because it makes the rotations very interesting, because they always have to look at every brush that they can, because an Angela could be lurking around. They always have to look at their sides, their backs, because she could really burst down anybody here from the side of Paws Gaming.
And already Angela, the first to go down.
Topside though, forceful suppression has been used though. They're gonna be going for the chase down, but Pins didn't really have to execute there. Here it comes. Myosotis goes back, tries to fight back against them. The damage is going to be there. Pins needs to back away. Myosotis wanted to go for that execute, but it's not going to happen.
Oh, recalling there might not be a good sign here, but the nuke has already been used from the side of Myosotis. And Paws Gaming already with that first blood onto Joe Fong. This is not what I expect to see. Getting that first blood on the Angela, on the Direntia, that's going to be huge for the side of Paws Gaming.
Actually got the chase right on Kashimo on the top side, and Myosotis, that is a good commit on the top side. That's what you want to happen. Byron, get the early game advantage, give him as much resource as he can, and he's going to be monster on the first objective.
Yeah, I mean, Paws Gaming, at this point, they have a handed lead. They have the early game advantage that they wanted. Now it's going to get even harder for Team Max. Their only entryway into the game will be a good truth mantra coming out. And of course, getting Chiguri online is going to be very key, but it's already very hard against a first-blooded Feng Jie.
Yeah, I mean, the first blood is really, really tough. But again, with Paws Gaming, right now what they want to do here is to make sure that Feng Jie is just going to be solo here. And most of the time, Qing Lin will be just going to the sides like that. They got the knockup and they're taking liberties. Mulberry Power is going to get used. They have nowhere to go. Hatashi has been kept in a cage, and he's not going to go anywhere soon. Qing Lin gonna try to do something, major damage against Shigiri. Still has the unending sword, but Vince is gonna come forward, gonna slow them down. Has the unending sword, gets the heal. Conductor of Souls to push out Xiaoyang, but he was able to flash away.
That was a great push and pull coming out from Paws Gaming. Yes, they do lose a bit of map resources, but they eventually got what they came for, right? The kill, tower damage, and then now Myosotis is applying pressure on the mid lane.
Yeah, well, that's happening though. What's happening in the top side and the mid lane? Snow and Myosotis has been doing a good job at just cutting the waves in the mid and the top side, so they have priority later on. And now they're not even going to be prioritizing positioning on this Tyrant, because they know that if they try to fight this on a big execution comp, it's going to be hard. That's why they just gave it to Team Banks.
Yeah, not fighting into Zhou Fang is a very strong decision at this point. But look at this. Feng Jie uses a launch pad. What could have potentially cost him his life there?
Oh no. Good thing he has the flash. He didn't even need to use it. But here, topside, Kashimo tries to fight back against Su. A lot of healing on their side. They're juggling the tower. And they're going to get the kill on Kashimo. And he's not allowed to play in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Kashimo at this point gonna be the
got
subject.
drop. Might be able to get the taken liberties, but not even needed. Myosotis was able to get the kill, and Vince is getting denied out of his Azure buff, and he has nothing to do here. Conductor of Souls is not gonna work out, and that's another kill. Look at Feng Jie. He was fighting against 2 people, and he killed Chigiri a while ago.
Yeah, he was actually taking that Crimson buff, right? And then suddenly 2 members found him, but he decided to kill them instead. Imperial Order found its mark onto Chigiri, and of course, Maple Dance was not able to use in time. Frenzy was actually used by Chigiri as well. Now, Paws Gaming winning multiple skirmishes across the map, 5,000 gold advantage, trying to break their advantage.
Goes in, they got the damage show, they got the healing out of there, and they're not even gonna be dying in the front. Never mind, Snow got executed, but at what cost? 2 people are already down. And the bot lane tower is also getting threatened right now. Feng Jie fighting a 1v1 against Chigiri. Still got the Imperial Order on his face. But right now with the board, they are trapped. They have nowhere to go. And they are going to get executed by the members of Paws Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, Paws Gaming,
crazy.
They are just insanely destroying the map right now. 6 minutes in, they have gotten 2 out of tier 3 turrets. They are rushing for a date or something, man, because every single game that they've been playing at world record speed.
They probably haven't had dinner yet. That's why they're rushing. They want to finish this game as fast as they can so that they can get dinner. They might be able to get some barbecue after this, but look at them. They're rushing. They're going for the finish. They got all the towers down, and we have an almost 10k Goldie at this game. Look at the trap. They got everybody down, but are they going to be killing anybody? Vince is going to be down. That's 1 down on their side. Kashimo tried to make a play, but no, it didn't work out for them.
Yeah, that's a frontliner easily bursted down by Paws Gaming. This shows how much of an advantage they have. 10,000 gold already, Paws Gaming. They're gonna shove this even more.
Yeah, they're gonna be finishing this right now. Kashimo trying to clear it that wave. The Truth Punch not gonna hit Feng Jie. That reaction was so fast. And now this bot lane tower is gonna get taken down. So goes to the back line, gets the slow one too. And that's big. That's an ace. And that's a finish for Paws Gaming, looking to actually beat their record, but they weren't able to.
7 minutes. Still a very fast record from the side of Paws Gaming. And wow, I mean, wow, these guys, well, we've heard of speedrunning in games, right? But Paws Gaming are the speedrunners of WKS because they've been playing like they have an appointment later.
They might have a 9 p.m. meeting. That's why they're finishing this game as fast as they could. But again, Paws Gaming, oh man, these guys are crazy. These guys were finishing the game, not giving them time to even react to what they were doing around the map. This is what's good about picking up a buy run, getting the early game on that buy run, then snowball the game using that pay and that buy run. That's a crazy way to play it. It was just this two just making plays for the team.
Yeah, and it's about understanding the advantages that you have as well when you are ahead in terms of goal, what you can do, what you can push across the map, how you see Myosotis and Snow play, consistently applying the pressure. And it's not just in kills only, how they set up those kills, right? When a fight was going on, another fight was being used to kind of distract them so that they don't have the numbers advantage. You can see Feng Jie, he used that first blood advantage as much as possible to kind of push into the enemy jungle, get that crimson buff for himself. And once he got that crimson buff, everything just followed, because at that 4-minute point in the game, what is the best objective to get as the farm laner if you're ahead? At crimson buff, if you're able to steal it away, then you start to deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, and we've seen it in action though. Once he got the crimson buff, he fought a 2v1 against Chigiri and Hatashi, and he's actually winning that. And this is also because of the fact that everybody was so ahead on the side of Paws Gaming. It's because Myosotis, I think one of the biggest decisions that we have to look at here is how they played not going for that Tyrant fight, because they recognized that they're not going to be winning that fight. They didn't take it, just put more pressure on the other parts of the lane, got 2 towers out of doing so, and that was enough to actually cement their lead from there.
Yeah, this is the things that I need to talk about, right? When you think about the previous games, they were always trying to contest the Tyrant no matter what. But there were a lot of things that Paws Gaming were doing that could have been done by the other teams. Like when you talk about the first game, like See You Soon and versus Pro Esports, what Pro Esports could have done with the Byron. This is what exactly Paws Gaming does different. And this is why they are one of the top few teams at the WKS.
Oh yeah, and again, Paws Gaming, I love this. I love it. I love that they're this fast at finishing games. They're this fast at doing a macro things around the map. If we're gonna be seeing the playstyle differences here, as we said a while ago, they are the team who is the most aggressive amongst the top 3. And they can finish games as fast as they could. And this is why Paws Gaming is just a really hard team to deal with whenever they get the heroes that they want. I mean, second game will be a bit different because they don't have access to the Byron pay, but this one was just a showing of skill. MVP Myosotis, 704, 22% damage, 26% total gold.
Yeah, this guy, he knows the map way better than everyone. And of course, he always plays with his team in that macro sense, right? When there's a crop map skirmish going on, he's not able to reach there in time. What does he do? He goes for your turret. He proxies the wave. There's something that he's doing right, taking away your enemy resources one at a time. And still at the same time, this is the maximum playstyle that you will see coming out from a pay. That mobility, where is it used for? For these kind of map advantages. Of course, he has 7 kills, but of course, most of them only came at the end stages of the game.
Oh yeah, and again, with this game, I love it. I love to see this from Paws Gaming. I hope they would be able to do it again. Team Max didn't even had a chance to show what they're made of in this game. They were just choked out of their minds. They were not able to react. And look at this highlights that we have. This is already close to finishing. It's because this was how we've seen the game most of the time. It's just them just dominating them whenever they're trying to fight back. There was a reaction from Paws Gaming.
Yeah, and the Unending Sorrow used so aggressively against Bins, right? And with this, knowing that the frontline tank is no longer available, continuing to rush down these team fights is a very good decision because there is nothing to guard those front lines. Look at Snow's positioning. He is going for that middle lane turret and then finds a space in with the flash, gets the knockup and secures it for his team.
Oh yeah, a lot of very good things that we've seen here, and all the fights here, I think Kashimo had some moments of brilliance there, but you saw Feng Jie, after getting Truth Mantra'd onto the wall, he instantly used legal immunity. That's how fast they were reacting here for Paws Gaming, and that just shows how strong they are in the micro sense, because they can make this plays and react to those fast fights.
Yeah, these guys, they are showing why they are the top of the league so far. T-Max, I mean, doesn't matter what you have learned because the oppressive power coming out for Paws Gaming is just too much of a scary factor. Now that they don't have the pay Byron, yeah, you leaked out the pay Byron thinking that maybe, yeah, we could fight against them with the Arlie pick, with the Algram pick, and of course, we deny away the Secure. The Angela pick, yes, I can see what they were going with here, but Paws Gaming, they responded in the best sense, where when you're fighting against Angela, you just don't run into her. You just fight them from different angles, force an objective team fight from 5 different angles. When there's too many angles, the Angela ulti can only go in one direction.
Yeah.
And Paws Gaming, they just kind of abuse that.
Yeah, they were playing around. That is the reason they didn't pick up a tank jungler. Is because if ever an Angela has a tank jungler that she could burst down, that is where she works pretty well. If you're a team that doesn't go front to back, Angela is gonna have a hard time because she won't be able to find those targets that she's looking for. And as you said, oh man, this is really crazy. The Sakir wasn't even able to play around the game. I mean, the only time I've seen a Mulberry power was during the first few minutes of the game because that's the only time that they had the advantage there.
Yeah, and during the first few minutes of the game, I mean, I really like that they went for that mid lane engage, but what happened because of that? Diren Jie, on Feng Jie. He was able to get so much advantage on the bottom lane. He was left there free farming. Then afterwards, what did that free farm result in? They took this micro advantage to get that first blood onto Angela. And after that, the snowball effect just kicked in where the Jie was able to run into the enemy jungle. Afterwards, Snow was able to dominate the Dharma matchup. And of course, we have Myosotis consistently farming and applying pressure in the back. And this is the Paws gaming playstyle that they go for so handedly, right? Ting Lin together with Feng Jie, and then Myosotis together with Snow. And meanwhile, the Yixing, he can do whatever he wants. As long as the board is set up, you guys are all dead.
Yeah, honestly, you know what? Byron could always be banned, especially for first game against Paws Gaming. Ban the Byron so that Snow wouldn't be able to pick that up. I think that's the smartest things that they can do here against Paws. But now they won't be able to pick it anyway. So banning the Dharma is actually a good first step. Maybe if they want Snow to not pick anything good, ban the Ma Yin too. But they went in with that Arnie ban, which is honestly a classic. Just move to the other threat.
Yeah, I mean, don't give them the Arlie, don't give them the Dharma. That's a good start. But Max, I mean, opening up with a team of synergy that I haven't seen in a long time, that Lady Sun first pick, it's a very good first pick. That's normally seen in the Chinese region, right? KPL, they always open up with Lady Sun first pick because it's actually very versatile. It does extremely well against most of the other farm laners. And for Paws Gaming, what do they respond with here? They can go for a Chano and the Diadea if they wish to do so. They go for the Ogren and Diadea. There's a Loom still available as well.
Yeah, a Long could actually be good here, especially if it's against a Lady Sun, because the burst, especially with the itemization that Lady Sun goes for, the Long in the late game would burst her down with just one combo, and one Flaming Palm could burst her down, so that could actually be what you could look for here. But I like that. I like the Lady Sun answer here for Team Max, because with the Lady Sun, they would be able to stop the Ogren anytime he tries to go in.
Yeah, Paws Gaming, of course, they've been shown to getting countered time and time again, but still, yeah, it doesn't really matter for them. They always find a way to escape the clutches of that matchup, and their micro sense is just so strong. It's just so ahead of other players. Now they ban out the Byron, they picked up Mayin. Interesting pick, right? Mayin together with Diadea. On paper, it works extremely well, but we have not seen that because the Diadea mostly used for the Arlie.
Yeah. And without the Arlie, what could they pick here? I think Achano is not a bad pick for this matchup. Play the long game, play the late game against the Lady Sun. I mean, you're going to have a disadvantage when it comes to the range, but you do have some movement options with the leader stance, so that makes you a bit more versatile on front-to-back fights. So if you're looking for front-to-back, Chano would be a good pick here.
Yeah, Chano would be a very good pick, especially with the Diadea as well, but they do go for the Gun and Mo coming in for Paws Gaming. There's a bit of tempo gaming. We haven't seen a Gun and Mo in a very long time, so definitely it's going to be something huge coming out for Paws Gaming. Now, what Gun and Mo really excels at is those mid-range pokes. Now, Team Max going with the Charlotte response.
Yeah.
Very good counter. Yeah, jumping into the back line.
Yeah, especially against a Ma Yin, she's a good counter because she can time her ult so that she doesn't get crowd controlled. One, she doesn't get a lot of damage against her. Two, so that's why it's a good counter against the Ma Yin. So this could be good options I'm seeing from Team Max. This ban and pick that they're doing is actually pretty good, but the Lamb on the last one, I'm not sure.
They were the ones to pull out the Lamb and Liu Bang yesterday, right?
Yeah, that's true. But But against this comp, I'm not pretty sure if this is going to work, though, against Paws Gaming. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I'll answer that. It's not. It's not. It's not going to work. It's not going to work, especially against the Diadea. Now, Paws Gaming, they go for the Hou Yi, very strong in the control factor.
Yep.
Actually, an extremely good counter towards that Lady Sun, right? Because you know the rolling rate only goes in one direction. So with the ultimate, you can actually predict where the rolling rate is going to go and actually catch her in the midst of her animation.
Yeah. And one thing that I like about the Hou Yi pick is that, yes, as you said, he's very control utility-based marksman compared to the others. That's true, because they already have a lot of damage for Paws Gaming, so they need a bit more control in the composition, and he completes it perfectly. But Team Max, I want to know what's the idea with this Lamb. I could see an option here if it was a Lu Bang on the Clash lane or even on the Roamer, they could make that work. But this time, they need to get the early game. They need to win it. If they don't win the early game, this game is over for Team Max.
Yeah, it's gonna be spelling disaster for Team Max. But for you guys, there's a gift code at the bottom of the screen. And for Paws Gaming, it might mean another record here if they can get this Ho Yi online, right? Ho Yi is one of the scariest snowball heroes that I can think about in the farm lane, because I personally love him a lot. And now that I see him here in WKS, I know the extent of the snowball that the right click brings.
Yeah, and one thing that I want to see is how they do the early game. Look at this. What they're doing is they're trying to pressure as much as they can on the Azure buff so that they won't be able to take it. While on the other end, Myosotis is just taking all his buffs, giving him everything that he needs. But with the steal, there could be a threat of another timing here for them. And Xinglin is already setting it up.
Yeah, Xinglin having that vision consistently on Takashimo, making sure that he can't join these engages in the jungle. Now, this brings a lot of space to Feng Jie, but I really like the rotation coming out of Zhou Fang. But as once again, they left Zhou Fang alone on that bottom lane versus the Ho Yi. Yes, he's the Lady Zhen this time.
Gonna get chased down. Good thing he was able to pop in with the Conductor of Souls so that Lamb wouldn't be able to really target him on the right place.
Yeah, and that displacement factor really shut down by the Conductor of Souls, but Charlotte going down.
What a kill from the top side though. Snow just went in with a drop kick in the end there. Goes in for another against Bins, but not gonna be enough damage to actually be a threat to him.
Yeah, and this is a very scary factor. They're unable to match the rotations coming in from the side of Paws Gaming in the early game already. So that's why they're securing the lead. But that 1v1 loss, that's huge. And now Max, I mean, they lost a bit of the early game already, but it's gonna start to compound quite a bit, especially for these objective takes.
Yeah, and remember, Snow has been such a threat during the last game, so giving him any kind of advantage on a Ma Yin could actually be a first step to snowballing this in favor of Paws Gaming, and that's not good. Now that he has control of the teleportation portal on the top side, he could go for the fight, and that was a nice shot coming in from Xiaoyang.
Feng Jie with the ultimate into that mid lane, able to shut Zhou Fang down. Now, this would mean Feng Jie is accelerated in terms of farm because he does get the assist gold as well as Xiaoyang giving him that kill advantage. Now, Zhou Fang, well, he finds himself in a weird
It's
situation.
gonna start. He got kicked down, and that's good. They still got Azure buff, and they're going for the backlines for more. Jafang could be next. That's an encounter is enough to put him on execute threshold, and that's 2 kills again for Paws Gaming.
Oh, here comes the snowball coming in from Paws Gaming. Sure, you had Chigiri, but Chigiri had to match the rotations of Feng Jie, and I really felt that they didn't use that enough.
Jafang just got back. Jafang just got back like a minute ago, and he just got killed again, and this is just unfortunate for the side of Team Max. Look at that, another ult coming in perfectly, and that's a 1-for-1, and again, burning sun arrows coming in from Feng Jie. He's like, this is a targeted ult at this point.
This is a homing missile coming out from Paws Gaming. Feng Jie with the ultimate. He's got to be hacking at this point. He's turning these arrows, man. And Paws Gaming, they're doing a great job of funneling the farm on the Ho Yi. He still has the flash available. Every time the Burning Sun arrow is up, it has been targeted onto Zhou Fang. And now they do have that Tyrant up and available. Paws Gaming, they need to get this Tyrant, and then they can start to get the snowball going.
They don't even need the teleportation coming in from Snow because they're not going to contest it. Team Max doesn't have the resources to do so, and look at that, a nice shot coming in from Feng Jie again.
Yeah, Bins is starting to do quite a lot of work against the Gun and Mo, but of course, this Snow is going to be a problem.
To be tough though. Snow had to flash away, has saw Bins a while ago. Did he have the ultimate from Feng Jie? Right now, Hitachi is very low in HP. They might be able to try this, and Bridal Outburst has been used. Got them pushed back on the wall, and this could be a kill that they're looking for. Chigiri goes in, drops in the rolling rate, and Xinglin is going to be next. He's going to be dead too. That's a 2-for-1. Well, the fight in the mid lane is already happening. They got 2 kills in answer for the side of Paws Gaming. Maybe a third. Ju Fong is going to be dead. That's a 3-for-2 for Paws Gaming.
Iosotis able to get the trades in for Paws Gaming, and this is the rotations that I was talking about coming in from Team Max. They had to put Chigiri together with Hatashi on that bottom lane because Lady Sun does extremely well in terms of fighting with that Ho Yi, especially if you have a Zhang Fei to help them out. Of course, in a 1v1 scenario, it's not going to favor you, but that Unbridled Outburst, right? That stun was so huge.
Yeah, what a big one. And now Snow doesn't have anything to get away, but he is trying his best to do so. Here comes Myosotis to actually help him out. He's running away. The slowdown was actually helped. Kashimo wasn't able to go and chase him down, and Snow actually survived that with a sliver of health.
And off of the chaos, right? Paws Gaming, they really thrive on this chaos, that double kill on that bottom lane. Then Myosotis, he got a triple kill. Now, with that happening, with Snow surviving, Ho Yi was able to get a free push and a free turret on the bottom lane.
Yeah, they're just making use of the chaos, and that's a Paws Gaming playstyle, and I really love to see it. Right now, they throw the Burning Sun arrow in the mid lane. Nobody got hit, but there's a lot of people right down the mid lane, and this top side could get pushed, and there's nothing that they could answer with. Maybe a Destructive Deluge coming in from Ju Fong, but it's a bit too late. This tower is already down.
Yeah, and there's going to be a lot of work for Team Max to do if they want to eventually get back into this game. Unbridled Outburst will be that key target. Kashimo still needs more farm. And then he is pushing that bottom lane, which is a very nice reprieve.
Oh no, was able to get the Unbridled Outburst, was able to flash away, but they caught the kill first in Chigiri. He caught them lacking, wasn't able to do anything. And the slow down, Hatashi's not going to survive this. Got sniped from far away. They used the Ocean of Tears to buy some time, but Ju Fong is still going to be executed here. Path of Passing is going to be ready in just a bit. Qinglin is taking a lot of damage, but from far away, Xiaoyang still gets the kill in the end. It's a 3-for-1 because right now Feng Jie is dead.
Yeah, Bin's managed to find the consolation kill. That's the thing about a Ho Yi, right? You don't have that much survivability. You have to play for your team. And Feng Jie has been going for these consistent greed pushes.
Yeah, he has been split pushing since a while ago. That's why he has been killed every time. But again, he's doing God's work. He's doing very honest work by just split pushing.
Yeah, split push coming through, of course, very good on the side of Paws Gaming. Now, with that Burning Sun arrow, can it connect here?
Oh, actually hits Hatashi though. That's actually big. And now they might be able to get the kill on him right now. Onto the back line. He tried, but Pins and Ju Fong got killed. Double kill coming in from Xiaoyang. Goes into the back line, flashing in for Chigiri. But they are still alive. Snow got knocked up. Maybe this backline access from Kashimo might be effective. But no, it's not enough. Myosotis is just such a big frontline threat, and nobody could stop him right now.
It might be the end of the game here. I mean, the second Tyrant is up, but already 2 tier 3s have been taken at 8 minutes of the game. Another Burning Sun arrow will be able to connect on the Chigiri.
Actually gets it on Chigiri. He's dead. Right now, the couple blades is there to actually execute him. In the end, Myosotis in front. Thank you very much, Vince. Almost got a kill from there.
Yeah, doesn't even need to join these fights. The Burning Sun arrow.
He's working. He's working.
A mile away. He's working from home.
He's not even trying to join the fight. He got the Tyrant. Vince will not get killed, but the backline, oh no, Kashimo doesn't even get it. Look at the arrow. Okay, he's not gonna hit. Good thing. But Paws Gaming, oh man, look at what they're doing. They're doing a lot of work. The macro coming in from this, guys. Vince didn't even leave a scratch on Paws Gaming.
Yeah, and while all that was happening, Feng Jie was farming the entire map, made a full circle, and had 3 burning arrows.
Another one.
Out.
Oh, he's the second
not
one.
able to connect. But now he's here in person, right? He stopped working from home. He has a Daybreaker already.
He's back on site. He's gonna be doing some work right here on site. Feng Jie making some damage. Got the kill on one. Maybe some more. Kashimo's dead. He's gonna go for the crystal, and it's the finish. Paws Gaming, another fast game from them.
This man, oh my god. Myosotis and the rest of the team, they were great at the follow-ups. They were great at handling the rest of the map. But I gotta say, the Burning Sun arrows, they were the highlight of the game for me. Feng Jie, he was in his own jungle the first time, just farming a storm, threw a Burning Sun arrow, connected on the Zhang Fei, then afterwards they just cleaned up with the God and Mo. And now, the second time, they got it onto Chigiri on Lady Sun, and then they cleaned up once again, and now the third time as well. This man is just providing so much value.
Yeah, the work that they've done here for the team is actually crazy. The Burning Sun arrow cooldown was just so fast, and Feng Jie was just throwing it again and again. And that's why, with what they've seen here from the side of Paws Gaming, one of them isn't even working. He was just trying to finish the job, goes for split pushing, and the four of them are trying to go for the fights. And Team Max, oh man, it's just that it's not even them. It's not even their fault at this point. It was just Paws Gaming just really playing the game so well.
It's their fault for drafting a lamb, I would say. I mean, they did draft a lamb into this, and you know you're a squishy hero, right? Because if you get caught by the Burning Sun arrow, you're eventually left for dead. And Zhou Fang, I really like the idea of getting that lady done versus the Ogren, but I feel that at the same time, you don't have enough peel where Team Max, they're trying too many different synergies for different heroes. I see what Charlotte is going to do while jump at the back. Lam is going to jump the back. Zhou Fang gets the control. Yes, but there's no one true synergy coming out for Team Max instead of Paws Gaming, where you can see that they're all waiting for that Burning Sun arrow, and then suddenly damage come through, right? If the Burning Sun arrow doesn't connect, then they have other ways to enter as well. The main damage dealer is going to be Xiao Yang, and that's a very clear-cut way of executing. While Team Max, I still don't understand the strategy.
Yeah, I think this strategy that they have with the team, the ban and pick that they did here was too reactive. They tried to react to what Paws Gaming is going to be bringing out, not considering what it's going to do for the team overall. Right now, it's so scattered, but individually, these are good counters against what Paws Gaming has built. But Paws Gaming is a bit more gelled together when it comes to the whole composition, but Team Max, with the counter composition that is countering most of the picks here, it's not gelled so well. That's why it was so hard for them to do any good plays here.
Yeah, and this is a case of like 5 individuals versus 5 who are a team, right? I feel that Paws Gaming, they're much more of a team compared to Team Max at this point. Of course, the MVP will be Xiao Yang on that God MO. I feel that he was doing so much work, consistently able to capitalize off the Burning Sun arrows given by Feng Jie. Their combo has been proven to be tested and true. And the rest of the team as well, of course, buying all that space.
Oh yeah, and again, the MVP of that game is going to be Xiao Yang. That is the reason why they picked up the Ganenmo. 7-1-7, 32% damage, and a total gold of 21%. If I remember correctly, this is the first time that they brought out the Ganenmo in the WKS.
And Ganenmo, honestly, it's a very strong pick. I still don't understand why it's not picked more, but Paws Gaming, well, they show that it's still one of the top tier picks out there. Look at the Burning Sun arrows. Once again, yeah, it does meaning that Xiao Yang dies, but a very good clean trade coming in for Paws Gaming without even being needing to be involved here. This Unbridled Outburst gives them a double kill, but at the same time, right, Paws Gaming, they always take a team fight when another team fight is going on. It's not going to be a case where you get away scot-free.
Oh yeah, that is really true. With what we've seen here, look at this. This feels so bad. This play feels so bad because Snow was able to get away with a sliver of health. They could have gotten a shutdown or something there from the side of Team Max, but they weren't able to do so. And the plays that they've been doing here for Paws Gaming looks pretty simple, but what they're doing is honestly really smart. They're just taking over the map, get 1 kill per 1 kill, then think about what they should do. It's like Fearless Esports, and make it like 5 times, because once they find the opportunity, it's gonna go well. Even if they die, it's okay for Paws Gaming.
Look at where Feng Jie is, right? Look at where he is. He's just throwing Burning Sun arrows from his base. Hits on the Chigiri. Man is just working from home remotely, man. And yeah, it's like the rest of the team is like, yeah, don't worry, we got you. We're in the office. We'll clean up the rest of the work, and you just pass us the first part, right? He just passed them the first part of the project, and then the rest of the team is like, okay, we'll clean up the rest. And then yeah, finally when he joins in, they clean up together as a team and are able to get the base. But now looking at the standings, I mean, Paws Gaming, they haven't lost a single series so far, but the next 2 games is going to be difficult. They're up against Impunity and Fearless Esports.
I'm pretty excited. So excited for next week because we're going to see Paws Gaming in the limelight. We're going to see them fight against both of the strongest teams that we had so far. I mean, we saw them against the middle of the pack and even the bottom of the pack teams fighting pretty, not even well. They're dominating them. So against Fearless and Impunity with this form, I hope they keep it up because these 2 teams are very strong.
Yeah, both teams, of course, well, looking to secure that top 2 positions. And it feels like there's a power trifecta going on, right? The trio, Fearless Esports, Paws Gaming's Impunity. Now, something that we need to look towards is also the bottom of the pack. Who's going to get eliminated here? Because the Cambodian teams will actually be facing off against each other. And in the fray will be Ultra Rare Esports, who will be matched up against CU soon. So that's going to be a very interesting thing as well, because currently Ultra Rare Esports are at 0 points. So if they lose 2-0 to CU soon, that brings them to the same level of points.
Yeah, and for Ultra Rare, what I want to see is how they fight against what do you call that? Impunity. They haven't fought against Impunity yet. So fighting against Impunity could be a very tough battle, but they might be able to really pull it off. But I want to see how they will be able to do so, because right now they already lost to the 2 strongest teams, Fearless and Paws Gaming. So Impunity could be the challenge that they have to do next.
Yeah, they're going up against their bigger brothers, and of course, I feel that there's the camaraderie is strong as well.
Yep.
Because for Ultra Rare, right, going up against Fearless Esports, they were like, yeah, we're gonna try and take revenge for Impunity because you got them 2-0, and now, well, they got taken out, but they did put up a great fight. These 3 series today were so great. We saw Paws Gaming trying to rush for time. Speedrunners, right? I'm going to call them the speedrunners of HOK, of WKS for this series.
They have been doing so well, especially for the last parts of our week. They have been just destroying teams left and right, and they've been enjoying it. You can see it in their faces. They are all business here for the side of Paws Gaming. But again, for everyone out there, this was a nice week. This is just the week number 2, right? This is just week number 2 of the tournament so far. But again, before we end it, Mo Man, any last words for everybody?
Of course, guys, look forward to week number 3 coming in for WKS, because next week we're going to finalize the placements before the playoffs. So all the top matches are going to happen, namely Impunity versus Paws Gaming, Fearless Esports versus Paws Gaming as well, and of course Impunity versus Ultra Rare, region versus region. So we're going to be locking in the top 2, but at the same time, we're going to be determining who goes home from this regular season.
Very, very excited to see those matches on the next week. Don't forget to watch the matches next week. Share it to your friends because we're going to be finishing the regular season during that time. Again, thank you very much, everyone, for watching together with us this whole week. Moman and I will be signing out for this week. See you guys soon.